Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampoville. More Easterlings. This time, for the most part, we're going to be doing the horsies here. Got 4 of these Kataphracts to do, and we're going to do them, well, kind of like what you see here. Last night we did, I think it was 8 of these guys, something like, well, technically 10, but we were working on the pikemen there. We're going to try and get Cav done. If there's any additional time, there's a couple of other infantry guys I might try to do tonight. But for sure, we want to focus on the cavalry guys and get them at least to this point. We got Blue Marble that we got to do, right, Landrast? So welcome home there, Landrast. Glad that you're glad that you're back. Oh yeah, we have get this little bit of freehand over here too. So freehand, if you if you want to check out, there's a new chat point reward, Landrast. There is a new. Oh, and there's also some more of these too. Yeah, that took a little bit longer than it was supposed to, right, Landrast? Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. So I think we've got ourselves some more of these. Less is more, more is way too much. Caress the brush, don't crush the brush. There's some, kind of some long-time favorites here, right? Hashtag no layers for the oil paints. So we got that. And then there's another special surprise. Nice to see you there, Giga. So Giga, yeah, we're expanding our Easterling army here, and of course, you did, yeah, you got that emote. I figured I would put this up there since you put that emote up there. Yeah, that's kind of fun. And then of course, well, then there was this. I tried doing more of these. That did not quite work out according to plan. Nope, not painting those JS. I did paint them a long time ago. That was when we did this years ago. So there's some Cav stuff that was painted back either 2020 or 2021, something like that. So that was a while ago. Yeah, not anything recent or anything like that. Nice to see you there, Uber Yeti. So again, if anybody gets nabbed by the autocorrect monster, you can actually now claim vengeance on him. So if you look through the chat points there is a new chat point thing for you to enjoy. So I don't want to ruin the surprise. I like that one. I like that one, Uber Yeti. So yeah, JS. Actually, JS, did they ever do any kind of STL files for the Cav stuff? I don't think so, because I think though I got when they kind of separated from Reaper itself, because it used to be a big part of Reaper. Thanks, Landrast. So, should you get nabbed by the autocorrect monster, like we said, if we show him, then that will reduce his power. So there he is. There is the autocorrect monster for you. So again, should you get nabbed by him during the stream or anything like that, feel free to reveal him just the way Landrast did right there. So that was taken Recoil's image and remastering it so that it could be animated because reasons. So is that the GS? Is that the really giant thing that I painted at ReaperCon years and years ago? And I mean that was a big ombre right there. That thing that was pretty huge. So okay, yeah, that was. I think I had all of about a half an hour to paint that JS. Yeah, I think that is the extent of the time I had to try and paint that thing. It might have been. It was either 2018 or 2019. One of those 2 years. So yeah, JS, that would be well, JS. I guess that's something that you're jumping in on, right, JS? So yeah, Land. I'm real glad that you got back because that was not quite the hassle you were expecting. Not at all. So again, we're just going to do the lighter dry brushy stuff here, like we did last night. And of course, well, JS, if you wanted to post any of your Cav stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Sorry, I should have mentioned that earlier there, JS. Sorry. Now, Landress, since you're back, can you just kind of hang out and do a normal kind of weekend stuff at Shea Landress now? Or I wasn't sure if any of the crew was there, any of the usual suspects. And technically, this might be one of the earlier starts that we've done in a while. I know I kind of started a little bit earlier on my birthday stream, I think. I wanted this to start more like 9, but trying to do the the little images for that autocorrect monster, for whatever reason, I mean, I was doing them exactly the right size because those same images have loaded before, but today it just was not happening. It took me like an hour to do something that should have taken less than a minute. It was that level of crazy. Sorry about that, Landrast. I guess the air conditioning was cranked up to max, huh? Same thing there, Uber Yeti. Sorry about that. Yeah, Uber Yeti. If you want to share anything in the chat, yeah, sorry about that, Uber Yeti. Oh, that's right. I gotta try and gather up the what the heck? These Erebor dwarves. I printed out a whole bunch of them. I gotta figure out where the heck they are because if I want to have some battle scenes, that would certainly be between the Easterlings and of course the Erebor dudes. And of course, appreciate everybody being here. And of course, Gigabyte, you want to share something in the chat? Like always, please go ahead and do that. So, Gigabyte, I hope that you had yourself a fabulous Saturday today. Hey there, Lion Creative. Everybody, please give Lion Creative a follow. So, Lion, let's see. Well, also, too, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead. So, Lion, wasn't sure if you maybe did a stream earlier today. And again, there's something if you want to share that in the chat, please go ahead and do that as well. I wonder, I think we went mostly with the darker colored horsies on our Easterlings here. And again, should the autocorrect monster strike, you can now claim vengeance on him and reveal his face for all to see. Because if you reveal his face, he of course loses his power there. You can see here, this is from the Green Stuff World Oriental themed texture while we're there. And let me get a little bit more of the brown in there. So we're just going to do the dry brushy stuff, then we're going to do the glazy stuff. Well, that's fantastic. Actually, Lion, if you want to, could you do me a favor and like shoot me a link to that on Instagram or something? If you don't mind. Now, Lion, is it traditional casting or is that an STL file? Because, yeah, I'm real curious to see what that looks like there. Everybody, please check out the link that Lion Creative just shared. Everybody, please give Lion Creative a follow. Well, geez, Lion, I guess you might be painting that on stream once or twice. I'm just going to hazard a guess right there that you may want to paint that on stream a couple of times. So congratulations there, Lion Creative. Yeah, sir, I can't check it out right now, but it would be super fun to check out later, Lion. Yeah, if you don't mind doing that, that would be super, super cool. But yeah, if it's well, it'd be super cool if it was a if that was a STO file there. That would be very nifty. So now we're doing that kind of lighter, dry brushy stuff. We did the same concept last night with all of those all the pikemen there. And again, this is doing these. Well, we were gifted a whole bunch of Easterling stuff, and by a whole bunch, I mean more than I technically, I guess, more than I already had. Now, however, there's that didn't include things like a Dragon Emperor or Kamul on the Fell Beast or whatever.
So say we all.
Hey there, Metalhead, how you doing? Thanks, Metalhead, appreciate that. So, Metalhead, I hope that you're doing well, and hopefully recovered from Origins. And of course, if there's any kind of stuff that you want to share, obviously about Origins, Gen Con, whatever, nice to see you there, Night Whisper. Because well, there was the painting contest at Origins, there was the paint and take at Origins. So if you want to talk about the paint and take at Gen Con, and well, here's a big hello to Lynn as well. Hopefully she can hear that. So I saw the pictures of Origins. So Gigabyte, if you check out a map of Middle Earth, they are from the north. That's why they were. That's why I want to do the Erebor Wars, because that's who they were fighting. And of course, the Easterlings, unlike all of the other folks fighting for Sauron, they were doing it because they were true believers. They didn't do it out of fear or greed or revenge or whatever. They did it because Sauron, basically they worshipped him as a god, which is why they're the most elite of all of the armies of Middle Earth that are of the so-called bad guys. That's fantastic, Metalhead. Metalhead, again, if you want to post anything about the Gen Con contest, the Gen Con, whatchamacallit's there, the paint and take. Let me see. So yeah, if you check out like in the kind of the northeast there, you'll see that big sea of ruin, and that's where they were from. So again, I think that's two of them right there, and of course Kamul the Easterling. You can actually see him in one of the movies, and then of course you have the Dragon Emperor there. So I was hoping to have all of these at Gen Con here. All of the we're calling them the Truffleites, the fungus people. I got to make a display base for all of them. Oh, so what's the manufacturer award there, Metal? I keep forgetting about manufacturer awards. I always just kind of think, okay, Dark Sword at ReaperCon, or maybe Bombshell at ReaperCon, but I know there's a bunch more. Now, thanks, Lion. Appreciate that. And of course, Lion, again, everybody please give Lion Creative a follow. So unfortunately, JS, I don't really get a chance to listen to much except me. Because if I'm not streaming, I'm filming videos or I'm editing videos. So unfortunately, JS, I only really get to listen to me. Nice to see you there, Blades. Well, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. So, Blades, if you wanted to share some of your stuff in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. So great to see you there, Blades. Night Whisper, if you wanted to share something in the chat, please go ahead. I know you got all kinds of great oil painted stuff that you can share. Oh, and of course, where's of course we'll be bringing this along with us to Gen Con right here. Also, I've printed this out a couple of more times, including like twice this size. So I might be bringing something like that to Gen Con to I don't know, maybe do like a demo or something like that. So yeah, Metalhead, I'll be doing the usual thing in the vendor hall with Ken, helping him out as much as I can, and then I'll just be there with Armored Wolf and Charity and the crew with you guys. After that, things are pretty much set for Gen Con, right? We know what we're going to be doing there. Let's see here. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Blades just shared. Everybody, please give Blades a follow. Night Whisper a follow. Lion Creative a follow. And again, Giga, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Not sure if you did there. Actually, I don't think I had a chance to show this to Lynn yet. But this is what we painted on Thursday. So it was Flat Thursday was Panel Star Galactica. No, it was Panel Line Galactica. Yeah, that's what this is called right here. Panel Line Galactica. Everybody, please check out that link that Night Whisper just shared. Hey, Double D, how you doing? So DD Minis, great to see you. Appreciate you hanging out. Hopefully the weekend has been great for you thus far. And of course, well, here's some of the other more recent 2D stuff as well. We got a whole bunch of these, that's for sure, because there's Galactica, Babylon 5, that was Flat Tops for Flat Thursday, Spacescape, Space Lion, Space Shire, Space, that was a Space Shadowfax, and Space Gandalf. Lots of stuff like that. Okay, I think we've got our... Yeah, we'll just roll with... I might go a little... What the heck? I might go one step later. Why not? Thanks, Metalhead. Appreciate that. Let's do this here. And again, for all the folks that are going to be at Gen Con, be sure to check out the paint and take area. And well, you guys got all the paint classes going too. So yeah, there's a ton of paint classes going on at Gen Con as well. So check out the paint classes. There's the painting contest. Lots of stuff happening. That's great. Actually, Dee Dee, if you wanted to share anything in the chat of your space puppies there, please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Because there's tons of them, right, Middlehead? There are tons of classes. I'm sure there's going to be... I mean, even you had... Nestor was doing some of his Gundam classes, right? Yeah, there was Nestor there doing some of his Gundams. I don't know if Nessie's going to be doing that again. That'll be fantastic, Night Whisperer. That'll be great. All right, I'm just trying to get some of the paint out of there. Now we're gonna start doing some of our glaze stuff here. I think we're gonna do just like we did last time. We will begin with our blue stuff. So we have entered the phase of going from this. I think I've got that. Where is that sitting over here? There you are. So this is what we're going to be doing next. So this is where we do all of our kind of darker glazy stuff. Oh, plus the marble. So yeah, those are kind of what's on tap now for this next little section here of what we're doing. So check out that Discord link that DD Minis just shared. And again, Dee Dee, thank you so much for joining me here. It's great to have you. I know that the streams have been really, really, really late. It's kind of just the nature of the beast. I do there will be some way to try and start doing at least maybe an earlier start on Saturday. At some point in the future, probably maybe something more like the winter. I do not imagine that's going to happen anytime during the summer. Too much chaos, too much mayhem. I need to get the blue all the way down to there, don't I? It's a little bit different on our horse dudes than on our infantry. Get this, yeah, let's get this two. We got, I think, there is that little bit of the blue right there too. Yeah, a little bit of it here. All right, good enough. So Blades, hopefully things are kind of nice and mellow there now. Where's my other horsey with the banner? Here? Oh, let me look at this one here, because that has... No, I guess that doesn't have it. I thought I had me my other horse with the banner, but we're just going to roll with this then. Okay, we'll just roll with this. Now remember, the whole idea of this, the blue stuff here, that was to kind of designate that these were the Black Dragon upgrades, of course. Especially with the Kataphracts. Again, so Metalhead, I guess, well, that is the next convention, right? You don't have to do another one before Gen Con, do you? I'm kind of hoping that you don't, because that would be a bit much, trying to do that another convention before Gen Con with everything else that's going on. So back to our blue here again. I got to get a little bit of that down on the base here, so that our marble stuff has something to mix with. A little bit of that indigo, a little bit of the indigo as well. And again, you can see we're letting that sit right on top of that initial dry brush right there. Oh yeah, that's actually blue. Okay, so I got to go back and because I probably didn't do that. Yeah, didn't do that on the first one. All right, before I forget, let me go back to this guy here, super quick like. They were obsessed with tassels on horses, especially for the Candish guys and the Easterlings. I think they might have put tassels on the Harad stuff too. Nice to see you there, Ryan. Ryan, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. So yeah, Ryan, it's uneven, right? Trying to get back into that stuff. It is not a straight path at all, by any stretch of the imagination. It's a bit of a, well, there's a bit of an up and down, a forward and backwards that happens. Where's my blue over here? I think, yeah, gotta get that. Got the base. Then we'll do the horsies, because then, yeah, that, okay, we'll do the horsies. Then we can probably by then swing back around and start hitting some of the stuff that would be, well, gold. And of course, Ryan, again, you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. And again, if anybody gets nabbed by the autocorrect monster, there is a chat point reward now. So if you wish to claim vengeance on the autocorrect monster, you can do that. Now, I did try to do an animation of Kamul the Easterling on the Fell Beast. Kind of like what we did with our other hero guy. That did not quite work out the way I was hoping that it would. There were actually parts of it that were sort of neat, but it took a lot of liberties with the figure itself, so that was not ideal. Even the autocorrect monster animation was not really what I was asking it to do. Now, fortunately, Recoil did enjoy that because Recoil is the person who actually originally did the autocorrect art. Yeah, this is the messy stage, right, Ryan? This is the now. If you can hear the fireworks going, it's quite the fireworks show going on. But there you go. The Book of Wobble does state that things must be messy before they can be neat. So that is the stage that we are in right now, the glorious messy stage. Very glorious. Or is it inglorious? I don't know. So Ryan, it just kind of it just sort of morphs into it. I think Ryan, it's like the typical video. It's the lighter dry brush, darker glazes, and then you're getting into kind of those intermediate midtones. Ryan, that's kind of your transfer point from the messy stage to the what would you say more finished stage. Arda Michael, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So great to see you there, Arda Michael. Now, Blades, is it still toasty up there? Because I know that wasn't super fun on your last stream. There, it was a bit roasty. Well, Ryan, I guess too, like we've been talking about. I know we actually did talk about this a bunch last night. There will probably be just a certain figure or figures that just kind of do that. Well, actually, Ryan, remember back in the day, there was kind of a, I don't know if it was a group of figures or something, where all of a sudden there were just connections made, and it's kind of like all was revealed. So that might be the case too for what you're doing there. Yeah, it might just take the right figure if you kind of see where we're going with that. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ryan posted, also the one that Artem Michael posted. So again, I appreciate everybody joining us here. Thank you so much. I am looking for. Oh, do I have a? That's it. I got these. I forgot all about these guys here. Forgot all about these. Maybe we can try to utilize that ombre right there. What about these other ones? These are the golden maple brushes here. Is there one other one that's okay? Those, we'll have to see what we can do with those guys. Now here, why don't we get out some of our thinner here? Oh, by the way, there is, I do believe there is a sale on Dick Blick right now. They also have like a $5 off thing, buying $45 worth of stuff. There is also, what was the other thing they had going on? Oh, I guess like a summer sale. So I guess the summer sales have begun at Dick Blick. So if you're looking to get stuff, like I don't know, maybe some of the Elkids and such, maybe it's the time to strike. Might want to think about that. So again, we're doing the glazy stuff here, but It's virtually a pin line wash here. We are not doing a traditional glaze, because if we did, this dirt color will be getting a whole lot lighter. Even as it is still mixing. Technically, it's still mixing with what is underneath there. It is still mixing. But we are cleverly controlling the amount that it is allowed to mix. If we do more like brush strokes that are actually hitting the figure in a more traditional sense, and that is going to start to mix and blend our little glazy stuff here with what is already sitting on there. So again, everybody check out the link that Arto Michael posted. Everybody check out the link that Ryan posted. Check out all the links, all the peoples. So last night, again, we were working at about 10 of our Easterlings. That was about a 6-hour stream. I was really, 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 really hoping that we could kind of do like a maybe about an 8-ish hour stream last night and see if we could kind of shatter any old records of number of figures done on one stream in a certain amount of time. Unfortunately, just was not enough time to get the stream started earlier. So we got a little bit of the Mars Black, a little bit of our Van Dyke Brown together. Now, still utilizing the Mars Black there from Williamsburg Landrast because, well, Williamsburg, right? Now I'm going to get something that's a little bit here, a little different. That's still one of our Alkids over there, by the way. One of our Paul Rubens Alkids. Me, a couple drops of thinner over there. See what this here is going to do. I want the black. All right, blammo. Like so here. Nice to see you again there, Sea Dragon. So a little bit more a happy Saturday, right, Sea Dragon? Hopefully your Saturday was fantastic. Yeah, that Landris again. Thanks again for that. I'm hoping. Let's see. I was a little bit bummed today. I was kind of hoping to do some more spraying, not spray priming, but spray painting of the Easterling terrain and an Isengard also. Didn't get a chance to do that today. I'm hoping to maybe get a chance to do that tomorrow. Again, you might be seeing a video with the gigantic Easterling Palace. And that's where I would be kind of, it would be a little bit of a test of capillary action. It would be a test of those dipping inks. Kind of a little bit of a comparison type of deal. So, sort of a terrain video, but also kind of a, not really a color theory in oils, but kind of a hybrid video showing maybe a few different things. That's fantastic, Sea Dragon. Well, sounds like that was enjoyable time by all there. Come on, get the side of this here. So yeah, we whipped up these 22 of these Easterling figures just in a matter of hours. Oh gosh, was that last week or whatever? Just blasted through them as fast as we possibly could. Trying to get them going. Again, I need them for the photography for our Army Showcase vids. Because while I guess for gameplay there's enough there, it's when it comes to the photography. I needed a ton more figures for that. Thanks, Sea Dragon. So yeah, last night we did. We were working essentially on 10 of these pikemen here. Again, we needed those for the Dragon Emperor to keep him company.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my
Thank you
guns.
so much, Balsy. Appreciate that. So there's gonna be more of you guys, huh? He's like, yeah. You weren't really thinking about heading to Erebor. He's like, no, no, I did that before in that other set of movies. It's like, what do you mean other set of movies? It's like, oh yeah, spoiler alert, spoiler alert, you die. He's like, whoa, wait, what? I didn't sign up for this. What's gonna happen with our big old Gandalf 6 right here? What is gonna happen? Oh wow, that's our first 6 in quite some time. There you go. It's been a few streams since we had a 6. And Bolsey gets a nice, healthy 6 right there. Even it looks like things aren't going to be going so well for Gandalf, he still managed to roll a 6 there. I guess he just shouldn't show up to Erebor again. And again, even but 2 days after the ring was destroyed, the Easterlings were still fighting up in Erebor. So that's in the game. That's kind of represented by if they're usually when you are broken, especially as an evil side or whatever, things really you just start running away basically. But the Easterlings, it's just the opposite. When they are below half, their morale actually goes up because again, it's more of that to the death kind of mentality that they're going to have as opposed to the other folks that are fighting for Sauron. If you have the Black Dragon upgrade plus that, yeah, they're. Oh, and if you also have the what is that the Morgul Knights with you, all of a sudden you've basically got almost like double the courage of like your average Gondorian or Rohan guy. I mean that again, that's not counting things like heroes and that sort of stuff, but your regular old Gondorians or something like that. Yeah, they're going to be at a -1 from the Morgul Knights, and the Easterlings will be at a plus. So yeah, they're going to be they're not going to be leaving the field, shall we say? Oh, and of course, Sea Dragon. Should there ever be but I'm trying to tell everybody here because it's a brand new thing. Should you ever fall victim to the autocorrect monster, well, you can reveal his face because there is an autocorrect monster now. There's an autocorrect monster chat point thing. So yeah, if you want to reveal his face, we all know that reduces his power if you do that. At least that's what the legend says. Now this is almost more of a Payne's Gray right here that we're doing for this horsey. There is a subtle difference between our 4 horses. They're not all the same. I know with the darker glaze stuff right now, they kind of look like they're the same horse, but they ain't the same horse. They are going to be 4 different ones, at least slightly different. Sure, Sea Dragon. Actually, Sea Dragon. I was visualizing people like kind of, shall we say, accidentally on purpose. Well, actually, well, technically, well, there you go, Sea Dragon. I think you can do it because I think you could say that autocorrect did something mischievous with your chat post there. So I think you should be able to show him and reveal him. So we're going to be doing the same marble type bases that we did last night. Well, that we've been doing on all of our Easterlings, for that matter. All of our Easterlings getting that same base treatment. So that's one of the chat point rewards there. Sea Dragon, how you doing there, Camda? So yeah, he is in the chat point rewards thing. I think well, obviously if you're going to be writing something in the chat, that should probably show up there. It's great to see you there, Camda. Camda, if you wanted to post anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. Some of your oil painting links there. I tried to make him, I think he's one of the cheapest of the chat point rewards as well because, well, we want people to reveal him. So everybody check out that Instagram link. Speaking of revealing stuff, that Camda just shared. Everybody check that out. So Camda, hopefully everything's still going well with all the physical therapy stuff there too. Did I get, nope, didn't do that yet. Fine, we'll get a little bit of that over in here too. Alright, I think, did we get all four? Did all four. Okay, so let's, oh wait, his boots. Almost forgot his boots. I think of it, then we're going to do some marble. Speaking of marble, we're going to do some marble here. Yeah, let's do that next. Down here, getting the same deal like what we did with the stuff last night. So where's my indigo? More of the indigo. Blammo. A little bit easier on these bigger ones to have some more fun, and it's all the same idea though. Just smushing that brush on there. How's about something a little bit? Oh, not on this one. We only. Oh, that's right. There's only marble on two of them. This is not all that different than what we do for our Spacegate bases, really. Not terribly different. What are we using for a blendy brush here? Let's try this one. Let's use you. Little tap, tap, tap here. This guy over here. Good enough. Something lighter? Yeah. Let's do something lighter. Like this. Ooh, break that down. Definitely break that down here. You'd almost think it was 4th of July right now. Because that's been a continuous barrage there. I'm going to use this guy maybe. We're going to go along some of our little edges right here where we've got the dark on the one side. Actually, I might go a little less thinner there. I did manage to make a couple of more of the Book of Wapple screens. No, I think I made 5 or 6 more. I only managed to get, I think, 3 of them turned into actual screens because that's Streamlabs does not make that easy. On my on XSplit, it takes seconds. But Streamlabs, like everything else on Streamlabs, it's as painful as it can possibly be. So therefore, I can never quite do as many screens as I would like to at any one time with Streamlabs. So now I'm going to have to let that also have a chance to set while we start doing some other stuffs here. Let me get back to this brush. Some violet now. But not only the dark. You can see we're kind of not all glazes are just going to be only the dark colors. And yes, you can have an opaque lighter color in as part of your glaze too. There's nothing wrong with that. That is just fine. Because that's what we're doing right here. Maybe a little more thinner. We got this area to do on all four. Yep, up here too. That was red down there, so we want to do that. Some of the violet up there again. Then we'll hit, I think we can do the red. Yeah, we can do the red next. Because that's not really going to run into anything. Then I think by that point, I think all the areas around our gold should be set enough so that we can mess around with that. Let me get you out of the way. You're just going to be a bit of a hassle right there. Again, violet going to work its way in here, and that's you can see it's got the lighter opaque stuff in there. Okay, red time. Pearline, crimson, little bit of the Windsor red. So that's an expensive slash cheap combo right there. That pearline crimson probably costs as much as all the other colors out on the palette combined. Wouldn't be surprised. Fine, we'll let that get in there. Now here. So yeah, Camda, I was able to create the animation of him. Again, it wasn't quite what I was hoping for. I actually made like 4 different images of him in GPT. It ended up like, well, I could have saved myself the time. I just done the original one, and that would have been good enough for all the good those extra ones did me. Thanks, Camda. I did try to do an animation of the Camul the Easterling on that fell beast, except it couldn't quite understand the geometry of the critter. It just could not figure out. It was basically having him walking on all fours, not realizing that what he was actually walking on was like knuckles from the wings, because the fell beast kind of had that weird, that they didn't have. They only had the 2 feet. That was it. So Camda, should you ever need to reveal the autocorrect monster, there he is. And again, that's based on what Recoil created right there. So he is a very fearsome creature for sure. Be careful to not fall victim to the autocorrect monster. I think I might actually sent you that animation there, Camda. I could be wrong, but I know I sent it to a few folks. I sent it to Recoil, I know that. Because I wanted Recoil to see it, of course, for obvious reasons, since he's the one that actually basically made that. But again, we're slowly learning, little by little, what is happening with Skynet. Yeah, we're trying to reveal Skynet also, right, Camda? So again, here is our little bits of red. Then we will get into the golds, but I'm gonna go back. I think I'll jump back to the marble because I think that's now had a chance to set for a little bit. It's constantly whirling around because there's the hashtag no layers with the oils, right? And the Book of Opal says hashtag no layers. There you go. more of our red over here. And that is the Perline Crimson. Very intense red for sure. Also a staining red, which our latest Patreon tutorial reveals. Is there any other red? No, no red over there. Okay, was that our last guy with red? That was our last guy with the red. So now we're going to move on over here. Let's see what we can do with some marble stuff here. Yes, you not layer oils, oils layer you. Also, too, ask not what you can do for your oils, but what your oils can do for you. That's how the oils work. Let me move you out of the way here. And you can see how that sticks a whole lot easier now. Two reasons. First of all, that paint has had that chance to set, as we like to call it. Other reason, this what we're putting on here now is effectively a drier color. There is less thinner in it. So we did not get to barbecue anything today. There was no time for that. Well, the autocorrect monster chewed up a lot of that time. Again, I was also trying to animate the Dragon Emperor, or sorry, not the Dragon Emperor, but the Kamul, the Easterling, so that basically a scene like this right here. I mean, it did. There were parts of it that were just tantalizingly good, and then it also did things where it's like, what in the world are you doing there? So again, it was kind of one of those things where it was oh so close. But again, I was using really old pictures that were not necessarily taken with that in mind. So the new pictures, that's going to be a different story. Now let's get some of the really dark marble here. So we got our again our indigo, a little bit of the Prussian blue. Boom! Look at that. Now we're really digging in and out on some of our darkest marble here. That is, it's almost kind of a semi-dry brush there. Not quite, but sort of. More here. Yeah, pretty much the only other thing I might get a chance to listen to would be either podcasts or audiobooks like Shattered Sword or Virtues of War or something like that. That's about the only other thing that would possibly I would be able to listen to. Here. Now we're gonna start doing some of our gold stuff. I think. Yeah, I think we got enough separation there. So I'm gonna start to break down some of this Indian yellow. Where's my thinner over here? Let me throw me some thinner onto that. Remember the Indian yellow, even though it's a super like translucent color and everything, breaking that down, it takes a ton of thinner to break that down. That's how some oil colors are like that. Some oils almost just like break down immediately with just a little bit of thinner. Indian yellow is one of those. It just takes a ton. The fluorescent colors are the same way. It takes a lot to break those things down. So again, now we're just going to try and work in some of this here. Start to really transform what is happening with this. By the way, we're not even an hour in. We are working on not one, not two, not three, but four. Count them, four Kataphracts. Four Kataphracts. So this banner should get even more spicy, right, Camdo? Now that we've got our yellowy glaze going on there. Let's just hit the helmet while we're down here too. There you go. Got a couple of sword things going on there. Should it mix a little bit with, say, the blue or whatever, that's fine because, well, it really should, because if it's gold, like actual kind of gold whatever. Actually, Camden, did you get a chance to try adding your greens and violets to your non-metallic gold freehand there? Ah, rest of the helmet there. Horsey's little armor right there, whatever. Now more of the horse's armor here. Just what ifs there. Doesn't have to, again, be anything precise. We're just looking to kind of establish some darks. Also, some color for us to mix with. So boy oh boy, it definitely is sounding an awful lot like the 4th of July out there. We had a wee bit of discussion about that last night. Is that got ever go? Okay, also, wait a minute, let me go back up to this and just hit that because we need to have something going on there. You can see already the difference right there. No problem there, Cam. Actually, Camda, you know what we always say about the freehand, right? Not just drawing it on another surface, but also paint it. So Camda, yeah, instead of going right to the miniature, I don't know if you've seen some of the, well, there's a ton of freehand videos out there, but even Guinevere, right? I spent most of an episode just drawing that freehand on a whole separate board. Yeah, that was not tried out on the figure. That was drawn on a whole separate board. I don't even know. Do I have that here somewhere maybe to show you? It's kind of hard. There's a whole bunch of these boards all stacked up here. No, that is not the one I'm looking for. Oh well. However, we do have. Remember this? We drew this out. We didn't just paint this right on the surface. We drew this out first. Camda just again might not be the worst idea to try and paint it just on another surface. Obviously, it'll be a little bit more tricksy, right? Because it's like you say, it's a raised surface instead of just straight up freehand that you're sketching out of nothing there. And of course, Camda. Well, I'm sure. I'm sure it is a commendable effort too. Let's do this. And here. Yep, get more of our gold. This side of our horsey also is on some of that on his chest there. Actually, Camda, what I want to try and do is take that like a I don't know if there's like an STL file of sort of like a book cover, something that I could print out on the FDM printer that I could maybe try and do like some kind of Book of Wapple thing, like that text, and then extrude it or something. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if that's something I can do with the bamboo slicer, if that's something I need to do, gosh, whatever the Microsoft 3D program is. If I can just like have Book of Wapple and see if it can at least extrude it enough that I could maybe make some kind of a, again, a 3D book cover type thing. No problem there, Camda. Again, I know that there's well, like I can feel that pain there, Camda, right? Because much like the animations, like Recoil, he really liked that the autocorrect monster. I was disappointed because it wasn't what I was trying to make. But Recoil actually really enjoyed that. So I know that same thing with your effect there, Camda. I know that you kind of have something visualized in your head, but maybe it actually is not too far off necessarily. So yeah, Camda, he was what he was actually supposed to do, and I had specifically generated these images. It was supposed to go from him kind of messing up some of the keys to like most of the keyboard being destroyed, and then he was supposed to actually pick up the keyboard and eat it, like what was left of the keyboard, but it never did that. Actually, the first one, he got up and walked away. I'm not kidding you. It's like he went on strike or something. He said, "Nope, I'm not doing this." He literally just, well, actually walked towards the screen. So instead of sitting there at the keyboard, he actually got up and walked towards the stream, or the screen there. So that was not exactly what my vision was for that, and that's how it ended up. More of our Indian yellow here. Yeah, I got a little more thinner too. Let's again blast this onto this helmet. And this is all part of that messy phase. Things must be messy before they can be neat. It says it right there in the Book of Wapple, of course. So these are your non-metallic metal here. I know, Cam, that we were talking about taking maybe like the archers or something like that, and well, doing that crazy thing where they're primed gold, and then we try and do some oil stuff over the top of that, using our interference colors maybe for sure. Our what is that? The iridescent, pearlescent white there. No, the iridescent white. That's iridescent pearl white. There we go. Eventually, I'll come around to the name. Eventually, we'll get there. A little bit more. There we are. Okay, so now a little bit down there. Oh, and this fringe stuff over here. Plus that. Camda, by the time we're done with this stuff, we're going to have like all letter names, like abbreviations that are as long as regular names. Yeah, that's it's gonna be almost that long. Okay, here let's get the pains, or sorry, the indigo mixed with a little bit of this here white, and that is gonna go on the swords super quick here. Blam. Whoops, wait. There we go. No, it's like, what sword? No sword there. I will get this out of the brush though because I want to do a little bit more of our Indian yellow stuff over here. That'll actually be red, that's right. Yeah, we'll change that to red, that accent there, and maybe these little dots to red also. Sure, we'll do something like that. Now this, where's my red here? So the dragon would be more of a gold there. Also here. A little that a little bit of Nurgle. It's like a code for Nurgle green, right? Right, Camda. Oh, that's right. Because what I wanted to do was have basically the Nazgul like look at the camera and then take off. Well, when it did that, it basically tried to give it dragon wings, as in like classic dragon wings, which like sprouted out of nowhere. It's like, nah, nope, that is no good. That is a no bueno there. That was not what I was looking for. Nope. These, well, it's like one giant una ear. There's not ears, there's just one giant una ear. Sure, darken that a little bit. We got more dark on our handle there. Let's see. I think it did actually. Yeah, I did actually put something on the boots is there. No, 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 no. Not more of the Indian yellow. I'm gonna get me more of the Mars black here. I'm starting to think about some shadowy type things on the horses. In fact, I think the horses they are actually. Let me do the blue here. No, it's right next to our gold. So I think I might start fooling around with the horsies here. Let's see what we can do with the horsies. I'm going to try and generate a couple of different grays here. More here. Some up by his head. We'll let him set. Let's get to a brownish one here. So So again, a little subtle difference between each of the horses here. Nothing much. So that really seems to be it, Camda, because the Kandish forces are definitely, certainly, your kind of steppes type army, your Mongols. So they are basically the same. What is it? They're the same longitude as the Easterlings, but latitude-wise, they're basically south of Mordor. The Variags of Khand. Then Harad, obviously, kind of your Saudi Arabia, Egypt, that sort of thing. And then Far Harad is basically kind of your sub-Saharan Africa. There is like a gigantic Japanese island, Kamda. So I would say that the Easterlings are more of a Chinese type of a theme. But yeah, if you look at the map of Arda, that would be the map of Arda, not just Middle Earth, because remember, Middle Earth is just Europe. So yeah, when you see Middle Earth, you're not actually seeing all of the planet, you're just seeing a tiny portion of it. Essentially, you're pretty much seeing from Spain, England, probably as far east as maybe things like Belarus, uh, maybe some of Siberia and such, and not quite as far as China itself. Hey, Mothra, how you doing? Welcome back. Do I want to use, no, oh, we could use, not so sure, but let me see how, oh, there we go. We could use, maybe some of this. Where's my Van Dyke Brown? There we go. It's got actually a little bit of green in it. But I can see we can only, this is about the last we do. We have to set this one aside. We have to move on to the next one, or the last one there. So Matra, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Saturday, of course. Do we want this one? Okay, that is more of our indigo gray. The other one was warmer gray. Double check. Yep, warmer gray. So, indigo. Maybe even some of our violet there. Little bit of the Mars black in there. Touch more of our blue here. Speaking of blue, I think that is the next area we are gonna get into here on our Kataphracts. Will be the blues. Yeah, we'll do that next. Yeah, we will move on. We are going to let this have a chance to set. No sense in keep fooling around with it. Let's move on. Something else. Now, oh, JS, that was a really interesting thing last night where we could kind of compare one that had just that lighter dry brush stuff on it compared to one that had all of its stuff done. Now let's grab. Where's my other guy here? I had another one that was already here. Ah, that's this one. I think we have another horse that is basically the same type of horse. Here he is. All right, we will see a little bit of film noir here. Taking away that color. Again, look at this. It's almost like there's almost nothing on there but freehand. Look at that. Basically, a lot of the shading just disappears. I mean, okay, the horse looks a little bit lighter than everything else, but otherwise, look at that. That really changes it around. Bring this back. You can already see, look at that. That went from, again, no distinguishing between the two. All of a sudden now very much distinguishing between the reds and the blues. That's because they're basically the exact same value. They are the exact same value. Now, this one right here, and we did do some film noirs on this in the filming process. So we'll take a look at a couple things here. Look at this. Since there was a double film noir, well, again, most of the shape disappears here. There's a little bit of shading, but a lot of the shape just vamoosles. Look at that. You can already see the red versus green, and even then the reds have differences in the colors. Let's do it on this side. Here, they'll get the shine away from there. Okay, yeah, there's a little bit of shading, but you do not have the reds, the greens, that sort of contrast. And of course, that is why we always say that contrast is more than just light versus dark. Much, much more than light versus dark. Because you saw, I mean, that there was the red versus blue, golds versus whatever, so you need those differences. So Camda, I wouldn't be surprised if that sticker showed up on Monday or Tuesday. I'm still waiting on it, but I would imagine that sticker is going to be here. I don't think later than Tuesday, but possibly by Monday. So, if it arrives on Monday, obviously I'll try to show it on our Monday stream. And of course, I'll send you pictures of it. But we'll see what it looks like as a printed sticker. I'm curious to see if it kind of. They've done a really good job with printing all the other stickers, so I'm hoping that they did a good job with this one. And of course, if Metalhead is still here, I have a whole. I'm going to be bringing not only just the Adepticon stickers there in Metalhead, but all of these new ones that I've been making. So yeah, I have a whole new batch of stickers that I will be bringing to Gen Con. Also, I have the poker chips with me. I'm hoping to maybe have a new poker chip. What's happening here? Yeah, we'll do something like that. That is our kind of basically almost a little bit like a chestnut type horse. There's this one we already did use, so we will try to get even more of a warmer gray happening here. Hopefully that's not too, that's getting kind of light there. Let me reverse course just a bit there. So actually cammed. I was going to try and do an animation of that. So what I have to do is take that graphic and of course reduce the value on the red dots so that it actually does an animation, because obviously otherwise we just have to like have the sticker and then do a film noir on the sticker. So ultimately I would like to be able to just play a little 5-second animation, because that's all we would need. That is the extent of what you get in the sky reels Well, I mean, I could do longer ones. And that might be my next foray or something like that, is trying to maybe do some more of the kind of longer animations or whatever. Again, unfortunately, the there's, for all intents and purposes, there's no tutorials out there. The so-called tutorials are so hideously bad. They almost hinder you more. I mean, you're almost better off just pressing buttons, just blindly pressing buttons than these garbage tutorials that are out there. We move on. This guy here, we will take this brown and mix it with the white there. On our horsey there. It is kind of weird, essentially painting the same, the same Rohan horses here, the same Harad horses, over and over and over again between the different armies. And if you've ever painted any Perry Brothers stuff, all of their other like Civil War horses, Napoleonic horses, they're literally the same exact horses. Maybe they don't have the armor stuff on them or whatever, but they're basically the same horses. Let me hit this now. Okay, I think we have to stop messing around with the horses here. We got to give them a chance to set more. So we will just now move on to the blue of the armor and the shields and yeah, that sort of stuff. There's not actually that much about the blue. Not like yesterday where there's a whole bunch of it. A little bit less of the blue here on the guys and the horse themselves. And just looking to get a little bit of that later mid-tone blue in some places here. More of our, again, that's kind of a mid-range blue up there. A little bit on that tassel. You can see how this is working, right? We're just constantly in motion, working on one area. Then we say, all right, we gotta let that one set. We move on to another area. Constantly advocating, working on more than just one miniature at a time. Even if you got something much larger, like a bust, one 75 mil scale or something like that, still advocate that maybe you have other things that you can work on, even if it's just maybe doing some bases, prepping minis, print minis, whatever. There's certainly other things to do with miniatures besides just the painting part. Great to see you again there, Bench Guy. Happy Sunday. So, Bench Guy, hope that you're doing fantastic before you have to take off again. So, great to see you again there, Bench Guy. And I hope that you and everybody there is doing really, really well. Nice to see you there, Armored Wolf. So, yeah, sorry, didn't quite start as early as I was hoping to. Oh, geez, thanks, Bench Guy. Appreciate that. We could use a little bit of this right now. Thank you so much, bench guy. Yeah, Armored Wolf. I was hoping that that went well. Now, hopefully the pouches were a big hit, because I know that was kind of something that you were hoping was gonna be an item that people wanted. Hopefully that was the case, and hopefully you were the only ones there that had anything of that type. So again, have a good one there, bench guy. Appreciate you being here. Again, trying to work in some of this later blue here down towards the bottom of the shoe. You can see that's not like slightly later. That is significantly later. Why? Because as you can see, it's all just blending on its own, right? It's all just blending on its own, and that is why this is one of our other new little things that we did here. Hashtag no layers with the oils, right? You don't layer the oils layer themselves. Let me get this a little bit later here too. Crazy tassels on all of our Easterling Candish and Harad horses. Actually, oh yeah, that's right. All of the mahouds, the camels. Guess what? They have tassels as well. Yeah, if it's not Gondor, if it's not Rohan, it's got a tassel for whatever reason. I don't know why. Okay, we'll move on to this guy again. And there is very, very, very little thinner in this as well. Again, this is a darn near a dry brush. What I'm doing there. It's pretty close. I have to say, pretty close to an actual dry brush there. I will eventually get into a was that our Princeton Velvet Touch synthetic liner brushes for kind of the latest blues. Oh, somehow we skipped out on our Indian yellow there. No big deal. We just took care of that. Oh, actually, here, let me get a little more of the brown up there, shall we? Hey there, Valfira. So Valfira, the autocorrect monster exists. So yeah, Valfira, anytime you feel like it, you can expose the autocorrect monster for the fiend that he is. So if you look in your channel point things there is a new channel point reward. And you might have 1 or 2 points, right, Valfira? Like a 1 or 2 million? Just like Armored Wolf and Camden might have a few points stacked up. Armored Wolf probably has about 400 bazillion points by now, because Armored Wolf is the bestest moderator on Twitch. Thank you so much, Night Whisper. So here you go, Valfira. There he is. He is now revealed. And he actually, there you go. You can see that's what he's doing. Now you wonder why your type doesn't work out or your words don't work out, because that's what's going on right there. So yeah, Armored Wolf has several bazillion chat reward points there for I don't know, 6,000 hours worth of live streams there. Just think of the kind of psychological damage that can do. Listening to these rantings and ravings for that many hours. It's well, speaking about being exposed to Cthulhu type stuff. Yeah, that's definitely like being exposed to a little bit of Cthulhu there. Valfira, I'm hoping. Actually, Valfira, I'll send you the other images that I made because I actually made four different images of him. There was because the original image that Recoil did was square, so I turned him into a horizontal aspect ratio. Then I did one where the keyboard was getting a little bit more messed up. And I think there was another one where the keyboard was really, really pretty much destroyed. And then there was another one where he basically was eating the keyboard. Obviously, you can see in that animation he's not eating the keyboard. But that would make a very interesting STL, wouldn't you say, Velfira? Like even almost like a bust type of a thing. No, no, no. A little bit lighter there with that blue. Okay, now we're getting there. Yeah, a little bit lighter with that blue. So yeah, that didn't the animation again did not turn out the way it was supposed to, but Recoil did enjoy that a bunch. And again, thanks to Recoil for creating the original autocorrect monster. Yeah, Velfira, that was actually I'm going to try and do a special animation for Kathy's sister tomorrow because tomorrow is her birthday. And I actually took some pictures of ugly dolls, ones that I know she has, and I was going to see if I couldn't have like a Babo and a Trunko and a Jiro basically around a birthday cake or something like that, even if it's just an image. Yeah, Velfira, definitely there's a lot of interesting, fun potential, right? I'll have to show you some of the animations of the Kamul the Easterling on a Fell Beast that I did. Yeah, those there was some tantalizing, bits to it. Like, ooh, that was so close. Who knows? Maybe I can even just like use the first 1 or 2 seconds of it or something like that before it kind of went all wonky. So Bench Guy, yeah, Kethy was very much big into the whole Cthulhu. She, well, she used to do those. I think it was Friday. She would do the reading streams, and one of the stuff she would read would be things like, oh God, what is his name? Lovecraft, right? Pretty sure she read more than one Lovecraft story on the Friday reading streams. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday there. Actually, my sister in law's birthday was today. Yep, it's still 4 minutes of today remains. She was the one that I painted that dog for, the gray dog that I showed you on stream a few days ago. Yeah, that was that sister-in-law. My niece also. So Venchka, again, thank you so much for the bitses. Appreciate that. This is not our lightest blue necessarily, but I might kind of say, okay, this is enough for the light blue, and then we start maybe moving on to our reds because I see that those are pretty well set. And then we'll start getting some of the lighter stuff into our golds, and that'll really, really, really start making a big change on these. And I might actually leave one of these guys. I might actually leave the banner guy off to the side. Perhaps, maybe. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Oh, thanks, bench guy. Appreciate that. Oh, actually, bench guy. This is what we painted on my birthday stream here. Was was Babylon 5. Yeah, we painted that on my birthday stream. And of course, let's see, do I still have the picture? Oh yeah, I still have. There was an armored wolf was very nice and sent the Mitza there. So who knows? Maybe Valfair, I can actually take the pictures of the ugly dolls and and have them replicating that scene where Jiro is painting Trunko. That would be pretty nifty if it could. So yeah, people might start seeing some very personal. Actually, I already did a very personalized birthday card for somebody. Obviously, I didn't print it out and send it, but you can actually. Oh, that's right. ChatGPT will make a printable birthday card. It'll actually make a printable birthday card. See you later, there, Camda. See you in a bit. What are we only? Oh, geez, we're 96 minutes in. 96 minutes in here on our fabulous Easterling Kataphracts. So thank you so much for the birthday bits there, Minch guy. That is appreciated. Let me try and lighten up a couple of these things down in here. Also over there. Okay. You know what? I'm going to get a little bit more of the light blue down there as well. Let's move on here. Actually, speaking of the Mitza there, Velfair, I think I've got maybe 2 frozen pieces left. So I had the second of the 2 frozen pieces that I had taken out. What are we doing here? Yeah, let me get some of this now. Also, over there. Also down here. Hey there, Thranuel. Hopefully you kind of survived yesterday. And I know that yesterday wasn't super fun, Thranuel. But great to see you again. Wasn't sure if it was another one of another early morning trek there. Now I wonder. Oh no, we don't have the. So we'll grab this guy again. Where is he? I just had him in my hand. Not this one. Where is the one that we used for a little? Here he is. Was it this one here? Fine. Oh, this one. That's the one we used. So now that we're starting to get a little bit more value on these, here, let's do a little film noir. And Valfira, you're going to really love this. So take a look at the cloak. I mean, okay, the horse is a little bit lighter. Other than that, okay, and you can see a little bit of maybe his helmet there has some lighter, but everything else, especially that cloak, it's. I mean, it just looks like it's gray with a little bit of lighter stuff drawn on it until we bring back our color. Right. So not only is there that blue, oh wait a minute, there's that bright red. So again, in film noir, those are basically indistinguishable from each other. They're basically the same value. And then when we bring back this, and that, of course, is we like to say that is why contrast is definitely more than just light versus dark, for sure. I actually added a few more of those screens to Valfira. That sounds good, Bench Guy. Both of those things sound really fantastic. So, Bench Guy, thank you so much for all the bits. Appreciate that. Thanks for everything. Thanks for the birthday bits, too. And we'll enjoy that ice cream. Oh, blueberry chocolate or mint melt away. Yes, I wouldn't mind some of that. Yeah, Velfira. Unfortunately, there's just not enough of these guys to do that. However, Valfira, there's all of those. Oh gosh, what are they? Those Harad figures that I have to do, and I'm going to be doing the same, darker primer on those. And since there's so many of them, Valfira, we'll get a chance to do that because I think that just it's a whole different way of showing it, right, Valfira? It is an entirely different way of showing in film noir when you've got literally a figure that is just I got one here somewheres where here we go, right, when it's just this and then he's almost fully painted and they almost don't look that different from each other. Is that crazy or what? Actually, Valfira, well, I've had chocolate covered blueberries too, but is it Reapercon? At Reapercon there was this one ice cream shop that they would take us to. This was after the convention was over and it was just the artists and stuff, and they would take us to this one ice cream shop, and they had it was a blueberry chocolate ice cream, and oh yeah, it was delectable, Valfira. It was very delectable. I know there was one time where Ed they specifically took us to that place because Ed had heard how much I liked the blueberry chocolate ice cream, so they kind of changed some things up just so that I could get over there and have the blueberry chocolate ice cream. Somewhere in this house is the Ed tribute figure, which I still have not gotten a chance to paint yet. I might just I know I bought one or two more. I'm sure they still have them available. I might just buy a few more of those. If I buy enough of them, Velfira, I might be able to have like one of them around to paint. So if I get like 20 of them, 19 of them will be gone, but at least I'll have one that I could paint. Because, yeah, never got a chance to paint the Ed figure. Now, my next challenge, Velfira, is to see, okay, I might have to repaint, believe it or not, Velfira, I might have to paint another Wapelius spell brush. Either that or I use the photos of the bust. Because he kind of, well, let's see, I think he only has the source light coming from one direction. Because, yeah, Velfira, I actually, you know what, Velfira, I almost need to paint him again, but with no source lighting. If that makes any sense, I might need to paint him again. And, of course, I would want to do a larger version of him. Oh, also Armored Wolf, I now have 4 of that bust printed out. I was telling you, I'll try to print at least one, maybe 2 more. Maybe I think I can get another one tonight after the stream, and I'll print out maybe one more tomorrow or something like that. Actually, Velfira, I have to see if I've got a Kathy figure. Actually, I think one of our more recent Mega Kathys might do the trick. But essentially, Velfira, I have to have all of the stuff, like the base and all of that other stuff, essentially removed. Because that was the reason why the one animation wasn't working. Because, well, the Kamul the Easterling was standing on a big old base, and that actually was creating an issue. Was the base because it didn't want to put him on the street. It had like the base sitting on the street, which is not exactly what I was looking for. So that is something I'm going to have to figure out ways to basically extract them off of the base. And of course, it has a heck of a time understanding the miniatures. It really doesn't understand them very well. All right, I'm going to start doing some of the initial gold stuff here. Let's start doing some of that. Some of our lighter gold here. We'll grab some of that and a little bit of this. Where's my Indian yellow? There's my Indian yellow. I'm essentially turning this into a micro filbert brush right here. It's one of those, one of the golden, there you go, one of the golden maple brushes. So yeah, Velfira, I actually have at least, I know he sent, I think there's also the ones that haven't been assembled yet, but I think there's at least another 6 of the Kataphracts that we could be painting. However, I was going to save those. I was actually maybe going to try and paint those with the water washable oils or something like that. As another little, almost like a color theory type of thing. So again, we're starting to lighten up some of our margolds here. Again, just kind of doing a bit of a dry brush, really. I wonder, can I get away with it there? Not quite. Me. That's what I'm looking for. Some of that. There we are. And of course, again, we have all of that Harad stuff, and some of that is going to be essentially just saved for things like, okay, we need to do a bunch of staining tests. And I want to do them in an actual miniature. I think we'll use those for something like that. Velfira, it's like a tassel. Oh, a tassel golem. There you go, Velfira. I am not going to sit there in GPT and create a tassel golem. I'll leave that to surface tension or recoil to create a tassel golem. No siree. I have no idea what it's going to make of the ugly dolls. Yeah, I took pictures of them. It may not render them quite as I hope, but we'll see. It always surprises you. Again, a little bit of a combo of the Indian yellow, some of our Hansa yellow, and there's a little bit of the white in there too. Starting to lighten up our helmets here. Eventually, right, we got to get our violets, our greens, all that other stuff into our golds here too, to give them that, well, that it's reflecting the ground, the armor, and all this stuff around it. Come on, get up in there. So let me see, 1 hour 49 minutes ago, these 4 horsies, they were nothing but primer. That's it. We did the lighter dry brush type phase. Then we did some darker glaze stuff on them. Then we did the marble. And now we're starting to get into some of the, again, this lighter application. But after we do this kind of initial lighter stuff here, again, we have to move on. We're going to move on probably to the, say, like the reds. We'll move on to the reds. Why? We want to give this stuff a chance to set. It's not going to dry. Even with the alkyds, fast as they dry, they're not going to dry that fast. Nope. But it is going to facilitate. It's going to be much easier to work on our reds, though, because those are fully set. Whereas this now is kind of it's kind of raw. Again, we have to let that again have a chance to set. Valfira, it is the whole principle behind it. It's just like doing the lightning, like on power swords and stuff, right, Valfira? For your Schmash Marines and all that kind of stuff. It's a lot like that. Come on, get a little bit of that in here. Again, you can see that is blended with the Indian yellow glaze stuff there. That's why we don't just do this dead zenithal thing. Because the whole idea is for this to, look at that. That's creating a whole new color there that I didn't have to mix on the palette or anywhere else. That does a couple of things. It's going to not just speed things up, but it's actually going to make a much more clean color because you're not mixing a bunch of stuff on the palette to get there. It's just kind of happening all by itself. So yeah, so now it's 12:14 and the big fireworks are still going off. Hey there, Doji. We're still working with those. Remember, I was saying that we were gifted a whole bunch of the GW figures, as in basically as many Easterlings as I had before I was given all of that stuff. So great to see you there, Doji. If you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, check out the link here that Doji's going to share, because Doji also does the oil paint on the miniatures. Night Whisper, hopefully that's starting to, and hopefully it's starting to kind of feel like it's becoming whole again and actually usable again. I know that's going to be a long process. None of that ever happens fast. But I hope it kind of feels like it's, again, not going to be back to normal, at least not for a while, but hopefully it kind of feels like things are starting to work out there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Yeah, Valfira, I have tons more screens to make. I have a lot more of the screens to make for a Book of Wapples stuff, that's for sure, don't I? I know we were up to at least 55 chapters at one point. I think I've made about 10 screens or so. Alright, let's do this side now. Again, that is essentially a dry brush right there. So again, last night basically was working on 10 of the pikemen right there. And now tonight it's 4 of the Kataphracts. And using this effectively like it is a miniature filbert brush. And you can see how that it blends in with what's there. That is why the miniature is your palette. There we are, more of it here. Again, you can see all that on the end of the brush there. So as with each of these brush strokes here, what is happening? Well, the color that is already there is mixing with what is on the brush. So now I'm probably going to leave that alone, and now we're going to just hop on over to our reds, I think. Let's do that. Let's start doing some of our reds. Again, we're only just now at the 2-hour mark. Let's pile in some of these now. Nope, I'm going to give me a little bit lighter. Red here. And then even here, we're just going to have to say, all right, that's it for now. We'll come back to it again at another point. We're going to let this stuff have a chance to set. Obviously, the Alkyd reds and such, well, those are going to set a whole bunch faster than, say, oh, I don't know, cadmium red. For sure. Ah, that's fantastic, Night Whisper. Again, sorry, I know that was something that was kind of building for quite some time, wasn't it? I think we did kind of sort of talk about, how long could that potentially have been like doing that, where you just didn't know that was happening. What's going on there? Yeah, okay, there's our slightly lighter red on that. Remember, there's also a little bit of freehand type stuff that's going to happen on the these little small saddle blanket things here. A little bit of a red there. And I might be able to get back into some of the horsies too. Here and there. Okay, we got that red over there too. Alright, so let's... Speaking of horsies, okay, let's start fooling around with some maybe slightly lighter. So on this horsey here, and is he the warmer gray? Yeah, that's more of a blue. Okay, so this is the warmer gray here. See how this is going to work. Not a ton of it. Let's do this now. More of that here. Can also go back with some more of my much darker stuff. I think we'll try to still go a little bit later here, maybe another 15-ish% later in a couple of spots on the horse. Now we need this to be a bit lighter. I might even scare up some of the violet there. For this horsey, again, doing essentially like a dry brush thing here. It's a dry brush. It's the wettest dry brush ever, because as I do this, it's all mixing together here. Now, Doji, the irony is that I have a whole bunch of 3D printed Easterlings from Diwali, possibly even Dandelion and Middle Earth. I know I got a ton of Diwali Easterlings all printed out, ready to go. Because I think they did something like 2 months worth of Easterlings, maybe 3 months worth of Easterlings. Got all of those printed out. But those, let's just say that those will get the more fancy type of treatment. Maybe even more freehand. I was even gonna try to do a another type of color scheme with them. They because we've done this color scheme a bunch of times. I was gonna see if we couldn't try and do something that was a little bit different. Now here's our. Or actually, I'll wait on the brown. Get some of this. We haven't done anything with the violet here on the backs of their helmets. Let's do that here. More Easterlings, more better Doji, and well, there's going to be more Harad. Oh yeah, there's a ton of Harad stuff. I mean, just Merchant Guard alone, I swear there's like a dozen of them. There's a ton, and they're the old original metal ones. I think I might have done at most 4 of the Diwali ones. I mean, maybe Printing Goes Ever On might have done some Merchant Guard, but the Diwali ones really actually do look like Merchant Guard. Let me pop this down into here. And then we'll go another step later, at least with our violet here. Did I do anything? Oh, gee whiz, that's a little hard to reach right there. So I never got to do the third faction there, Valfira. We did Cardolan and we did Arthedain. I never got a chance to do Rudar because that's when all the stuff with the new rule book stuff and everything came out and basically wiped everything out. And remember, the Arnor book was dead on arrival. So yeah, that pretty much put all that on a pause. I do have all the Rudar stuff printed out because Kurzluk specifically did do that with things like that Civil War in Arnor, that with that in mind. So those are actually printed out, and I was thinking that would definitely be something that I would want to show the basing and the creation of that color scheme in some type of a video. And then obviously would paint a bunch of them on stream. A little bit more of that lighter violet here. Too much thinner on there. Let's get rid of some of that thinner. Now we're getting there. So I think I might have painted about 20 of the Cardolan figures because those were the ones we had the little hobbits as too. Arthedain, there was much more of the cavalry with Arthedain. been trying to figure out what are the parameters for the Minas Morgul song that I want to do for that video, because I have, well, the entire city of Minas Morgul printed out. And then we also, oh, speaking of which, there was more Morgul Knights. So I think I painted like 8 Morgul Knights or something like that on stream. Well, guess what? Now there's like a half a dozen more. So yes, we have a whole bunch more Minas Morgul stuff. So I might be seeing some of those. However, they will be painted differently than the old ones, which was actually one of my army painting series. And that was actually one of the very first army painting series where I used oil paints on those Morgul Knights. I was using the oil brushers on those. It is wild to think how long ago that was when we were using those. Now let me get a little green mixed with that. So now we have now we got radiant gray there for some of our skelly friends down here. I think we got more skellies over here. So yeah, Velfira, those I was not expecting there to be Morgul Knights in with all the other stuff, but yeah, there's Morgul Knights. Okay, a little touch on, of course, yeah, the Horsies got their tongues sticking out. The Perry brothers really like to do, for whatever reason, Horsies with their tongues sticking out. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for the link to the Patreon page. Again, it was just yesterday we posted the latest video to the Patreon page. You sign up for that, do the $15 thing. You better get your popcorn ready, because there's around about 2,400 hours worth of videos that you are going to be watching. And that doesn't count the 20 hours of new videos that I make every single month. So again, good luck binging all of that. I've got kind of a rusty color here that we're putting, at least for right now, on things like the reins and the bridle and such. And whatever the little straps here, like these ones on his back, we got a bunch of those. There is one on his arm, holding the armor on there. Let's do this one. Well, now we are actually 2 hours in here. Just think of what we've done in just the last 2 hours. We've really kind of hammered through all of the basic stuff. Now we can start to focus on maybe more of the decorative stuff. We also have freehand to do on the shields. You can see I have a fairly decent accumulation of some values here at this point now. Did I get the other? Okay, I did do the reins on the other side. Come on. There we are. Again, sort of a reddish brown here, for at least for right now. Gotta get more of the blue there. Alright, oh, well, let me do this real quick. So while I'm thinking about it before I forget, because I will otherwise. Just a little notation of that blue there. That's it. Then I'm going to move down to this base here to give all the stuff that's on the horses and on our guys at least another 15 minutes or so to have a chance to set. So let's, yeah, well, then we'll shift gears here towards our base there, because there's a lot of stuff to do since it's not just it's not only the marble base. Where's that? There we go. Here's our. That's not like the red sash. That's actually like a belt there instead. Stirrups. Skellies. A little something lighter on them. We did a whole bunch of glazy things on them to really darken those down, because they should be a whole lot darker. They should be stained almost black as they kind of absorb the calcium and the other minerals from the soil around them. Yeah, the whole bleach bone skull thing, I mean, maybe in the driest of dry deserts, even in Egypt, a lot of the skulls that they bring up, well, they're almost black. They're not bone white. That's kind of a little thing in a laboratory, maybe, but not really the way skulls are gonna. Not really gonna see them like that. So see you later, Doji. Of course, thanks for being here for as long as you could. I know it's a busy time now with the youngins awake and doing stuff. So have a great Sunday there, Doji. Appreciate you being here for as long as you could be. Thank you so much. Hopefully this will not be too light right here for our little skilly friends. Again, I can always take a blending brush to them and kind of knock some of that down again if we feel that's too light. I guess technically you could say that I've had a bakery run this weekend too, because some of the red velvet cupcakes that didn't get brought to my family's house the other weekend, I froze a bunch of those. I think I'm going to be having me one of those after the stream. So yeah, trying to get some of the later stuff on our little skilly friends here. We've got this one. Oh, this one does have. Yeah, that's right. It's got this dwarf dude here, and again, that's the other thing I've got to find. Valfira is a whole bunch of the not the Khazad-dûm dwarves, but the Erebor dwarves, so that we can have again a little bit of a maybe a little bit of a fracas going on between the Erebor dwarves and the Easterlings. Again, they were Easterlings at Pelennor Fields, but their primary attack mode that was up in the north.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Mr. Led. Let's see. Mr. Led Director, thank you so much. So, Yeah, you're not. You weren't. So I just heard him say you weren't thinking of heading down to say Minas Tirith. He's like, no, no, we're kind of doing stuff up north. He's like, oh, that's cool, 'cause that's where I was gonna be. He's like, so what are you doing in Minas Tirith, Sauron? He's like, oh, dude, come on, man, get with it. It's like you're both wearing white. You kind of look the same. It's like, no, man, his glow stick is different than mine. It's like some kind of weird Jedi thing there. Thank you so much, Mr. Lead Director. Ooh, he just does survive. We did actually have a Gandalf 6 though earlier in the stream. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Oh well, thank you so much, Director. Appreciate that. Hey, Ganes, nice to see you. Ganes, if you want to post any links in the chat like usual, please go ahead. So thank you so much for the follow. Merci, of course. Um, so we're expanding on our Easterling army here. Actually, we painted this up on stream, so you can really see the similarities there. So yeah, we're painting up more of our Easterlings here, and of course, well, let's see, we have Beefy Chiefy. You can see him here in this image, right there. Again, some more of our Easterlings, and of course, where's our buildings here? We will be getting back to some of our Easterling buildings as well. We got a bunch of those. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yes, this is another army that's, well, I think between the Candish stuff, I think even Harad might have about 1,000 points with us. Well, with those Mumaks now, it might be, by the time I do all three of those, it might be a couple thousand points. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Nganes just shared. And everybody please give Nganes a follow if you could. That would be sensational. So again, now I think we can also start to do some lighter stuff here in our golds, perhaps. Either that or maybe, yeah, we're going to do in some of our darks there. So this is what we were painting last night. We did basically about 10 of these guys last night. Now let's get into here some of our violet and Van Dyke brown. It's a, again, nice wild amber type color right there. Van Dyke violet, I guess. So everybody check out that link that Nganes just posted. Well, Velfira, again, I have to. Sorry, I have not had a chance to look and see if I actually do. I know I have that Earth Cruiser. I just don't know where that is. Again, with all of the changes in the computers and stuff, not quite sure which one that is on. It could. Well, let's see. It would be on the. Oh, that's where it might be. That's where those files might be. Now, Director, is it more of the old world stuff or is it more of the Sigmar type stuff? Because, well, we've definitely done an awful lot of old world stuff. We've done a whole bunch on our Tomb Kings here. Oh, we have a ton of these. I've got 9 of the Highland Miniatures version of the snakes here. And what army are you also doing there, Director? Because, well, lizards, Tomb Kings, we've certainly done a bunch of those. And hopefully it's been fun for you painting those. Now, no, we'll do something else for our somewhat darker stuff right there. We won't do it. Let me get a little bit more of a, speaking of our dark there. And then we have to come back in with our lighter gold stuff after we do this. Just trying to. There we go. Get a couple of those edges. That's what we're trying to do. So here's hoping that you've had some fun painting some miniatures there, Director. Oh, let me work in some dark under there too. Yeah. Actually, that is just his glove. That's actually not gold there. All right, good to know. Well, that's fantastic, Director. Now, of course, we love to do things like the object source lighting, and of course, we really try to have as much as we can on the basing of the miniatures too. That is a really, really, really crucial thing. Because again, the bases can say so much about a figure. Again, whether it's something like this, where it's the painted marble style design, or a Harad where we did the sandy type bases. Of course, for our Lothlorien elves there, it's at the snow style bases, and well, there's our Last Alliance stuff that's got more of the lava style bases, and then of course here's our Dunlendings and our Wolves of Isengard with all the flamey stuff. The Mandos, much more of a techno kind of a base. And then let's see, where's my well, of course our townships with the Space Gate bases there. And I'm looking for my Midbury Dwarves there with their Khazad-dûm style basing. Darker here. A little bit darker there. Now over here, gonna get work in some of this dark. Then we will come back in with some of our much lighter stuff. Cause that was just a little bit of a dry brush thing that we did there with their oils, which of course we let it mix for a much wetter dry brush than you might think. So I wonder if I can snag some of my Trench Crusade figs here. Because, yeah, the Trench Crusade figs that we've been doing definitely, that is as close to Grim Darky as we've been getting, is our Trench Crusade stuff. And eventually, the Torquemada stuff, that's what I got to start printing out that stuff too. Yes, that Kickstarter, that Trench Crusade Kickstarter, I have the files from that now. Yeah, that's actually just a glove there, so we are going to get rid of the gold there. That just needs to be very dark in there. But also in here, even some of that darker stuff on the red. Up here on the helmet edge there. Okay, we have our edge on the other side, but we definitely lost that one edge for sure. Still going with this really, really, really essentially a dark violet here. Very dark violet. Again, we're only 2.5 hours in. Technically not even 2.5 hours in, and we are working on 4 of our horses here. Alright, yeah, this is just one of 4 different horses that we're working on. We started from nothing. All we had was just the dark blue primer on the horses and the guys. That was it. Did we do our dark up in there? No, we didn't get that dark yet. Now we've got our banner here. That actually ends up being red at a certain point, but we'll just make that much darker for right now. Speaking of dark, we're going to get some of that up here. Blending brush. What are we using as a blending brush? Any brush can be a blending brush. I do believe that is stated in the Book of Wapol. Pretty sure. We did a new screen for that, didn't we? Oh, no, okay, that was, I thought that's the one I did. I did the, this one right here. Again, caress the brush, don't crush the brush. So I guess that was the thing. I did do it. I just didn't, for whatever reason, it didn't end up in the email. Because that's the only way I can really transfer files easily and more quickly from one machine to the next is either by email or a USB drive. Nice to see you there, Bearded Celt. Everybody please give Bearded Celt a follow if you could. So great to see you there, Bearded Celt. So Bearded Celt, we've got more of our Easterlings inbound here. We did basically 10 of them last night, right here. Yeah, did about 10 of those last night. And now we've got a whole bunch of the Kataphracts that we are working on. So great to see you there, Bearded Celt. And of course, the pike men, we needed those to keep the Dragon Emperor company right here. And of course, if you saw his base, you could see that, well, we're adding to, we even did have our Easterling chieftain there, our troll chieftain. Here's some of our Easterling buildings that we painted. We're going to get back to some of those. So yes, our Easterling army is, oh, and here's our, there's one of our painted miniatures that we have turned into an animation there. No, thanks Bearded Celt, appreciate that. And of course, Bearded Celt, if you would like to share something in the chat, I think hopefully you're happy with your progress that you're making on that. Yes, I'm hoping that you're kind of happy with your progress there. And if you want to share any of that in the chat, please go ahead, Bearded Celt. So great to see you there, Bearded Celt. Doing the usual with the oil paints here. Which means taking a brush like this here. So we just drop that darker stuff on it. So we're going to take our blending brush. And then we're just going to blend that out. Instead of a whole bunch of layers, hashtag no layers. Oh, no problem there, Bearded Celt. If there's something else that you wanted to share, some, again, other previous figures or something like that, please, please feel like you can do that. That's another glow. We're just going to darken that down. Now let's get here some more of our darks into this armor here. And then again, we're going to start taking our much lighter golds and working those in here. Like you do. Alright, let's start doing that here. Significantly lighter. Also, where's my thinner here? I'm just going to drop some of that onto that white, so that starts to break down. Indian yellow, where you at? There you are. So we're just we're breaking down some much lighter yellow here again, so that you can kind of see, right, some of our lights that we added on our golds over there. Everybody check out those Discord links. We got some Discord links for you to see again. That's Bearded Celt. Please again give Bearded Celt a follow if you could. If you're not already doing that. And Bearded Celt, I'm pretty sure you saw our B5, right, that we painted on Thursday. Or sorry, no, this is I'm sorry, it's Panaline Galactica. There it is. Yeah, that's what we painted up on our Thursday stream a couple days ago. Panaline Galactica, because even the panel lines had panel lines. That's right. I knew there was something. Again, so everybody check out what Bearded Celt just shared, and then give, of course, Bearded Celt a follow as well. So yes, as we start to add some of this lighter stuff in our gold here, that's going to really change around what's going on with all of this stuff here. Now we still need to keep breaking this down a little more, I think. Nope, I'm going to put some of this on the helmet first to get rid of some of the excess. And again, everybody check out those Discord links there that Bearded Celt just shared. And already this is going to start to make a very significant difference here. Got to get this around the gemstone there. Hey, Helgret, how you doing? Now here, of course, you would think the Easterlings, of course, they are very much feared, right? One of the most feared armies of Middle Earth. You would think that, these guys are orcs or something like that, be like the scariest stuff that you could possibly run across in Middle Earth. But actually, the scariest, most terrifying things in all of Middle Earth, well, you find them here because they are the mimes of Moria. Yes. Jetez-moi, that says toss me. Yes, they are French, and yes, they are mimes. You can see there's the parasol guy right there. You got a couple of chainsaw guys. You have the bombers there. Yes, that would be the mimes of Moria. Look at this. They're very fashionable. Look at all those different hats. You got berets, you got top hats, you got chef's hats. Now again, there may not be they might be fashionable, but they're probably not the smartest critters in Middle Earth because the chef guy there, he's got that very toasty baguette, not in his oven hand or his oven mitt there, but in his bare hand. Not sure why he's doing that, but yes, they may not be the smartest critters. Of course, Charles de Gaulle there with his very dapper mustache, he's got 2 stars. Now, of course, these two guys, they thought they were the true stars of the teams. That's Francois and Pierre. That whole blocking and tackling, all that rough stuff, that really wasn't their vibe. Yeah, they were, as you can tell, they were master sommelier, so they were really more interested in a fine Chablis or something like that, maybe a Pinot Noir or whatever. Yeah, blocking and tackling, they were not into the rough stuff whatsoever. Now, this was done back in 2006. Needless to say, there was no 3D printing in 2006. Also, there was very few just plastic goblins in at all. So that was kind of done the old-fashioned way, where we took metal miniatures, we kind of hacked them apart with the pliers and the snippers, and then we had to do a lot of resculpting. So yes, that is the Mimes of Moria. Actually played those in 2 different seasons. Now, they went to the playoffs in both seasons. They averaged almost 3 touchdowns a game in those 2 seasons. Actually, that next season, they were very They were very fearsome because let's just say there was a lot of skills that were developed specifically for throwing the goblin, and not just on offense but also on defense. Yes, indeed, the mimes of Moria. I do believe there's a whole bunch of pictures of them on the blog. I don't know if there's I don't think there's any step-by-step images of them on the blog, because that was done again. That was done years before I even started the blog. Holy smokes! That's how far back they go. But that was super fun. Yes, the good old mimes of Moria. I did even make a little stadium for him as kind of a stone floor type of a thing. So again, everybody please be like Ingones and check out that link that Bearded Celt shared. And of course, please give Bearded Celt a follow as well while you're doing that. So again, we're about 2.5 hours in here. Yeah, working with the oil paints, all of these things, all they had at the start was just some primers. That's what they look like, just some dark blue primer. That is it. They look a little bit different now. And again, be sure to check out that link again that Bearded Kelp posted. Actually, two of them, a couple of Discord links. Let me get this later too. Actually, now Bearded Celt, hopefully you're feeling kind of satisfied with what you had going on there. Obviously, we can tend to be our own worst critics there. Welcome back there, Uber Yeti. So Uber Yeti, I don't know if you ever got a chance to share any of your stuff in the chat there. Bearded Kilt, I do understand how that feels because, well, I've been trying to do all of the video generation stuff and so many other, the music generation, all that kind of stuff, and well, it's humbling to say the least, right, Bearded Kilt? Because again, you have a vision of what you wanted, and what you end up with sometimes is, well, it's not quite what you had visualized beforehand, right? So Uber Yeti, those are really sensational. I'll try to, we'll try to work out some way we can paint a landscape of those, Uber Yeti. So thank you so much for sending those. Obviously, that had to have been quite the experience, right? Yeah, that had to have been really, really amazing. And I'm sure you saw a whole bunch of other really fantastic stuff too. I mean, obviously, Aya Sophia, very cool, but I'm sure you saw a lot of other really fun things. Link Direct Tour. Actually, Direct Tour. This is important. So that's the regular YouTube channel. Also, if you subscribe to this one, because Twitch has taken away all the highlights. So we basically can't have highlights anymore. All of the highlights are going here. We're talking about 5 years worth of highlights are going on to this YouTube channel. There's a bunch of videos there already, and there's never going to be any ads on this channel because that's not what this is about. This is literally just taking the place of what we used to have on Twitch. So yeah, Direct Tour, if you don't mind subscribing to that one too. Sorry to give you extra homework there. But yeah, that's where all of these, like if you want to watch these guys again, the only place you'll be able to see it is on that channel. Boy, Uber Yeti, that's like once in every 3 lifetimes, Uber Yeti. Yeah, you got super lucky there, man. That's pretty amazing. So actually, Bearded Kilt, all you have to do is just look up Linseed Fellowship on on YouTube, and it should take you right there. Linseed Fellowship. There is no other. I was surprised, Bearded Kilt. I was really shocked. I thought for sure somebody else would have something like that. Ingani's just posted it. There you go. So there you go. Thank you so much, Ingani's. Appreciate that. Thanks, Director. Yeah. Well, thanks for letting me know because I don't usually see messages on Twitch. Instagram and Messenger. Those are the Facebook Messenger. Those are the two that I see the easiest. Thanks, Uber Yeti. Appreciate that. Thanks, Bearded Kilt. So yeah, Bearded Kilt. It wasn't very fun, right? Being informed that all of our highlights were being taken away. And of course, for me, that meant close to 5,000 hours worth of Twitch sessions were basically going bye bye. That was less than ideal, to say the least. So appreciate the subs there. Obviously, again, that's just a YouTube channel only for putting stuff like this. The other YouTube channel, obviously, that's where more recorded tutorials go, that sort of thing. Bearded Kilt, again, I know that we're always our own worst critics there, but definitely give yourself a chance to kind of work your way into it. Director, I hope that those are super helpful. I hope that those are very, very helpful. And actually, if you're going to be doing the oil paints, of course, and I know you're kind of new to the whole painting thing, these color charts are very handy to do. They reveal a lot of different information besides just what the colors look like. And then, actually, Bearded Kilt, maybe I don't know if you've tried doing some basically value studies like this, but again, and there's actually no white on here. That's just Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale. That's it. That is all that is. Yeah, we're working in some of our lighter golds here. We're also going to have to come back with our some of those glazes, right, where we make things maybe a little bit more orange. And then that's where we can come back in with all of our greenish type colors. And again, reflect all these blues in there. Bearded Kilt, actually, hey, Bearded Kilt, if you want to share any of your comics, don't be shy about doing that. Yeah, you want to share some of your comics there too. I'm imagining you probably don't have a ton of those on like your Instas and stuff, or in your Discord, since miniatures is kind of your focus now. But yeah, if you want to share some of your comic stuff there. Oh, that's okay, Director. Actually, that's one of the things I was eventually hoping to do, was to get that. It's that one AI thing, or that clones your voice, and then you can basically speak any language but in your own voice. Yeah, All I know how to say is je ne sais pas français. Again, so eventually, Bearded Celt, you'll be able to kind of transfer over all that other knowledge from the comic book stuff over to the painting side of things. I mean, they really do go hand in hand. So everybody again, check out the comic there that Bearded Celt produces. So it's a webtoons there. Go check that out, and then of course, please give Bearded Celt a follow. Because Bearded Celt, when we first started painting miniatures 25 years ago or so, I didn't even know what static grass was. We had no idea what basing was all about. We didn't even, yeah, again, we didn't even know about static grass. We had no clue what that was. I think we just painted the bases green or something like that. Or maybe we put some gravel on them. I think that was about it. When I think of how different the approach is now versus what it was years and years ago, I mean, which is very interesting because I don't have one of my sheets there. But now, of course, we make all of our own flower tufts and grass tufts, and then of course there's all of the 3D printed bits, right? I mean, there's 4 bunnies and a fox on this base, and then of course where's our Wapilia spell brush here? And you got all the scrolls and the books and the candles and the thises and the that's. Look at all that fun stuff that you got on there. So we had no idea what any of that stuff was. Hey there, Foo, how you doing? I remember how we thought we were real geniuses when we've discovered what like static grass was. Yeah, we had no clue what was going on when we first started doing this. Bearded Kilt, Instagram and Facebook and YouTube, that is where all of my focus is. There is not enough time to also add, unfortunately, Discord to that. Because Discord would mean having a whole lot of extra work trying to monitor that and everything else. So that's pretty much for now why we just stick to the Instagrams and the Facebooks and the YouTubes. Because Bearded Kilt, when I'm not streaming, I'm either filming videos or editing videos or printing more miniatures. So yeah, unfortunately, Discord is a casualty of time, as in there is none. Because the Instagram alone takes several hours per day. In addition to the Patreon page, and again, all the activities here. Hey, there's Surface Tension. Great to see ya. So Surface Tension, you might notice that there's a new channel point reward there, or a chat point reward, or whatever they're called. So yeah, you click on that, you'll actually get to see an animation play. Thanks, Foo. Appreciate that. And again, we've done quite the extensive Easterling army. This was all painted on stream. Our Beefy Chiefy here, that's all basically massively sculpted right there, because that was a Reaper Bones troll or something like that. And all of the sculpting and painting was all done on the channel here. And I'm going to be obviously posting that stuff to the new basically the Linseed Fellowship channel there. Yep, so there we go. You can call out the autocorrect monster. There he is. He is very fearsome. He is very loathsome right there. Look at that. That's there you go. There's the autocorrect monster for you. So yes, should he appear, you can reveal his face to everybody and warn us all of the presence of the autocorrect monster. That was not quite the what he was supposed to be doing. He was actually supposed to be like damaging the keyboards more and more, and then he was supposed to actually like eat the keyboard. The first time around, he actually just like stood up and walked towards the camera. No problem there, Bearded Celt. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And again, everybody, please give Bearded Celt a follow. Oh, Surface Tension, post your links there. Post your links there. More fabulous oil painted stuff by Surface Tension. But have a good night's sleep there, Bearded Celt. Have yourself a good night's sleep. Oh, I never did get the on all their four guys. I did the lighter stuff on the stirrups, but not on this guy here. Everybody check out that Mastodon link there that Surface Tension just shared. Now, so Velfair, I'm glad that that animation looks okay. I mean, it's not, if you don't know what I was looking for, that is a very serviceable animation, right? Right, Valfira? Especially considering that literally was maybe the third thing that I've tried to animate. Yeah, we don't really have tons and tons of experience with that, and there are basically no tutorials to watch. That is basically stuff that I've had to just blindly figure out by quite literally pressing buttons, right? Surface tension. Now we gotta start getting some of our lighter golds on this guy here. After we do this, then I think maybe we'll try to do the where we take our Indian yellow, maybe some Terra Rosa, and do some orange to tint this stuff a little bit more. And then we can get our greens in there. Yeah, Velfair, who would have thought that happy accidents would involve animation? Now, actually, surface tension. Have you tried to animate anything? That is a whole nother animal right there. Holy smokies! That is a very different animal. Now, again, eventually the next challenge is going to be extending out those and kind of daisy chaining the animations, because I think you can do up to 15-second animations with sky reels, or Skynet as we call it here. So again, we're getting that lighter gold stuff like we just did with this guy right here. Then we might even go back to some of our horsies too. Oh, the swords, that's it. Yes, let's do the swords next, because those don't have anything really on them at all. So one more quick peek. I think you wanted a film noir, right, Valfira? I'm like, I think you wanted a film noir. We shall do a film noir in just a second here. Actually, Velfir, it's going to be very different now that these guys have all this extra value on them. They did not have this before, I don't think, right, Velfir? Last time we did one? That's a very expensive nightmare, right, Night Whisper? Yeah, that is a very expensive nightmare right there. So here, let me grab this one. And where's our other one here? Where is he hiding? So yeah, now that this one has some shading, it should be interesting to see what happens in film noir. So now you can see it's like okay, you can tell the horses are a little bit different, but still look at this. Look at that cloak. It just looks like it's all gray with a little bit of freehand drawn on it and nothing else, because those two values, let's maybe like that. If we hold them like that, look at the difference between that and this. Yet the value is exactly the same. There is no difference between the values. It's all about the color contrast. And that is why, of course, we have our Book of Wapol right here that does state, whoops, one sec, there we go. Of course, contrast, well, it's more than just light versus dark. Again, when those you're doing the painting contest thing and the judge says, well, push the contrast, well, then you can say, well, okay, what kind of contrast? Value contrast? Edge contrast? Saturation contrast? Temperature contrast? There's many types of contrast. What are you talking about? Yeah, and he didn't want to be revealed, surface tension. Um, Making the little icons that you have to make for that button, it what should have taken about 11 seconds top took almost an hour of a massive struggle. Somehow, I don't even know what I did because it just all of a sudden then it worked. Thank you so much, surface tension. We could certainly use a little bit of a ration there. Appreciate that, surface tension. And again, everybody check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension shared because you got lots of fabulous oil painted miniatures there. And we're trying to get some of our lighter stuff going here. We need lots of reflections on our armor and such too. We've got some freehand that's going to be going on the saddles there, so we don't want to do too much of the lighter red there. Actually, I think oh yeah, we're still working on this guy here. Let me move this guy over here. So move him over. I was like, wait a minute, I thought there was a whole bunch more to do on that guy. Nope, that's because we grabbed the wrong one after a film noir. Ah, that's fantastic, surface tension. At some point, surface tension, I really do want to try and get those bull centaurs for the big hats there for the chaos dwarves. I want to try and get those going again. Ooh, it'll be interesting, surface tension, to see if I try to take those into GPT to create some color schemes. It's going to wonder what the heck those things are. It is not going to understand those. Because when I was trying to animate Kamul the Easterling on a fell beast, it could not understand that the fell beast was not walking around on all on four legs. It was just there was no way to get it to understand that, no matter how hard I tried. Surface Tension, I used to have my very first Blood Bowl team was a Chaos Dwarf Blood Bowl team. Now, back in 2023, I had an army painting series going that was Big Hats, the ones from Lost Kingdoms, Surface Tension. But obviously, that was right at the height of all of the really unfortunate stuff that happened in 2023, and it just kind of derailed that series. And what I want to do is just kind of start it up from scratch again, so that we kind of we have a little bit of a fresh look at it instead of it being tainted. Because I have the Great Taurus Charlie Brown. I think I have a Lamassau. I know I have two different types of bull centaurs that I printed out from Lost Kingdoms. I also have somewhere in this house, I have no idea where they are, but I have that there's a bunch of the Forge World siege engines that they made for the Chaos Dwarfs. No idea where those are. Maybe at some point I'll find them. And of course, surface tension. I guess would the Bull Centaurs go on 40 by 60s? Would you say surface tension? Because I know with Old World they changed all the base sizes around. Because I know that the Bretonian, like the Bretonian regular cav, goes on 30 by 60s. The like your light cav goes on what 25, the old 25 by 50s. So I would imagine the Bull Centaurs they've got to go on the 40 by 60s because I think the Pegasus Knights, yeah, they go on 40 by 60s. It's funny. There's surface tension. Your one-page rules is a little bit like was it Victory at Sea is for me because you can use basically whatever type of bases you want because they don't matter because you're measuring from the bridge. Again, I'm going to try and get me some of my lights in here on the golds and even some on the like the reins and the bridle and such. Actually, I think that is supposed to be probably gold. Yep, yep. So we had to change these things around. We will change those. Fine, whatever. It's been a while since I last painted these. Just throwing that out there. I think probably the last time I was painting the Cataphract, well, at least, yeah, these Cataphracts here was when I was painting my converted Easterling heroes years ago. Yes, we want the freedom to base anything that we want in any ways we want, right? Surface tension. Let me get some of this in here. Now I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's right. I think the. Do I have any of my Erebor dwarves around? I might actually. I might, but I have to kind of refresh the medicine. I might skedaddle to the base and see if I can find at least one of the Erebor guys to see. I think I did like a red or something, like a really dark burgundy or something like that for him. Because well, we got one of them kind of just Well, he's hanging around, so to speak. Let's get some of our again our lighter gold along here. Then we're gonna start doing some stuff with our the swords. I haven't done anything with that. As we now enter hour number 3. Yes, indeed, hour number 3 here. Painting not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 Kataphracts, and these are the old GW figures going back a long ways, right, Sarge? Hey there, Sarge. Great to see ya. Great to see you there, Sarge. Sarge, I think I sent you some of the animations, right? And of course, Sarge, I hope that you've had a chance to, well, either work on the Geschütz or the Tiger or both. I think you were kind of focusing more on the Geschütz, right, Sarge? And of course, if you want to post any pictures of that, please go ahead. Now, Sarge, are you on your way back to the casa there? And some of this, actually, Sarge, I think I got more songs to send you. I think I got more to send you. I think you might have seen like a third of those, believe it or not. And thanks for the recipes, of course, Sarge, because this is a cuisine channel, of course. Boy, Sarge, I gotta make some of those. At some point, I've got to try and make some of those fabulous recipes. Now, Sarge, hopefully it's you're at least somewhat on target for ReaperCon there. And hopefully things have been kind of relatively steady there. I don't want to jinx anything, of course. Yeah, if I open up my app too much, I might jinx something. Well, that sounds good there, Sarge. That sounds fantastic. Okay, let me work some of that into here. Yep, like that. So, Sarge, yeah, all of the garden stuff is really that's growing in its little plant things there. We'll see how that translates to actually outside. I think maybe tomorrow I'm going to deploy the first of the Irish Spring bars there to dissuade the critters from being in the garden area. No, don't Storage. I'm telling you, there's some kind of a jinx thing that goes around. Actually, Storage, have you printed anything in a while? The only things that I've printed so far this week was a couple of the larger busts in FDM. And went some Hobbit furniture. Yeah, that's all I've printed so far this entire week. Haven't really had a chance to do much of that. Yeah, it was kind of on the toasty side, so that was another reason. And we were trying to increase exponentially the ranks of our Easterling army here so that we have a whole bunch of stuff for photography purposes. That's why we're trying to do as many of the horses as we can, as many of the pike guys as we can. Let me lighten this up here. might have to still come back with some of our darks too. I mean, we can do that. There's nothing that says we can't. Fine, we'll throw a little bit of the light there too, I guess. Now, you know what? Let me do a little bit of some lighter reds. Let's do some of these much lighter reds here. So we're going to get the Windsor red going. And some of that now, maybe a little fine, a little touch of that yellow there too. That should be a much, much lighter red. Yeah, well, yeah, surface tension, that certainly makes sense. Yeah, I've got, I might try to print out again the new Trench Crusade stuff. Again, the kind of the Inquisition looking type Trench Crusade stuff. All right, there we are. Sarge, I don't know, it almost seems, well, let's see. I wonder if your printers are, even your old printers are newer than mine. It's very possible that your old printers are newer than the Anycubic Mono X's here. I'm not entirely sure about that, but again, it's possible. Let me throw some of that on here. More of that red over there. Also along the edge of this, along the edge of that. Well, here's hoping you get a chance to do some printing again. Oops, that is not where that's supposed to go. Oh, look, it's like we have an eraser. I think surface tension, you just burn everybody. Just in case, right? Surface tension. I think that's actually how the Inquisition works in 40k, right? It's like, well, just to be sure, if we wipe out all of these star systems, if there was a problem, there won't be a problem anymore. It's an ounce of prevention, right? Surface tension. Now, Sarge, geez, I'm sorry, Sarge, it was so long ago. I know there was a new printer that you were thinking about getting at the time. Was it the Jupiter, Sarge? That was years, obviously that was years ago, but again, my memory kind of fails me. Yeah, just might as well just do all of them, right? Right surface tension. So great to see you back there, Camda. Hopefully you're able to get all the stuffs that you wanted at the store. There we go. And I mean, I realize that those Anycubic Mono X's are pretty much museum pieces by this point. But they have been, they're just, oh, they're like an AK-47. I mean, they're like your traditional Kalashnikov. It rattles and it makes all kinds of noise. It might not be the most accurate, but you can set it on fire, put it in ice, throw it in the water, run it over a couple of times, and it'll still work. Yeah, Cam, it just seems that way because those things, there has been some pretty extreme punishment that they've taken. And they've kind of powered through it all. Oh yeah, that's right. This was supposed to be some reds down here on that. Just gonna throw a little bit of a dry brush of that down there for now. Yep, I can definitely understand that, Sarge. I mean, in addition to the temps not really being right for certain stuff, although I have to say that the bamboo, it was darn near 80 degrees down there, and the bamboo was actually printing okay. Hey there, Derbs, how you doing? Welcome back. Great to see you again. Derbs, we had even more firework activities going on not too long ago. Trying to catch a little bit of the lighter red out here for right now. So Sarge, speaking of hobby time, will you be able to get to do maybe a little bit of significant painting hobby time on your stuff there this weekend? I know it's kind of already half over. So what we're doing here is we're just going to chunk that on there, and now we're going to take our blending brush here. We're going to do this. Hashtag no layers. There you go. Hashtag no layers. Ooh, did we? Nope, we didn't get our lightest red there either. Was that blending? Oop, blending brush. This one, I think. Yeah, because I can see the red on the end of it there. So we're just kind of doing this little tap, tap, tap thing there. And that spreads the color around. It is mixing it at the same time. Maybe trying to go even a bit lighter if that's possible here with the red. Let me see. So again, now over 3 hours in. Working on, again, 4 of our Kataphracts here. Well, Derbs, if they've got a lot of Winsor Newtons, if they've got the Winsor Newton Alkyd colors, I use a ton of those. So yeah, if they've got the Winsor Newton Alkyds, you can get things like, well, the Van Dyke Brown, Indigo, uh, let's see, oh, basically like a Terra Rosa, the Windsor Red, the Windsor Yellow. I'm using all those right now. Oh, that's good, Sarge. Yeah, here's hoping that you get a nice chunk of time there to work on stuff. So yeah, check out the Winsor Newton. Gosh, the Winsor Newton? What is the Alkyd line called? The Griffin. The Winsor Newton Griffin Alkyds. Because those are also, I mean, they're not $2 a tube or something like that, but they're more like on Dick Blick. They're more like $6 a piece. Which, I mean, again, that's not nothing there. That's certainly less than 10, 12, 13, 14 bucks or whatever for a more typical tube of oil paint. And again, the only reason I really know that much about the Winsor Newton stuff is because back in my watercolor days, my watercolors were primarily Winsor Newton watercolors. Well, surface tension, well, you can take vengeance. Yes, surface tension, take vengeance. You can now. Remember, don't forget, you can take vengeance on him. I think that deserves a response there, surface tension. I think it does. Nice to see you there, Neshlin. Hope that you're doing well there, Neshlin. Here we go, surface tension. Enjoy your revenge. Because there he is. He has now been revealed. Yes, the autocorrect monster has now been seen. Look at that. The most fearsome and loathed creature in all of Wampleville, the autocorrect monster. Oh, that's good, Derbs. That is good. So yeah, that was an animation that I created earlier today, and that is based on Recoil's fabulous image of the autocorrect monster that he created. So basically, I had to kind of like recreate it a few times in different settings and poses, and then that was brought into Skynet, as we like to call it, and then we animated him. So yeah, surface tension. I was just gonna have the picture. I was just gonna be the picture, and then I thought, wait a minute. I could maybe learn, maybe I learned some trick about the animation at the same time. And I thought the animation might be a little more fun to see, and I think so, right? Surface tension. Yeah, I think that animation was maybe a little more fun to see than, I mean, the picture was really neat too. But to have him moving around and eating the keyboard and all that kind of stuff. So great to see you there, Neshlin. So too many times, right? Surface tension, the autocorrect monster, has had his way with people's chat messages. Now maybe he'll be a little bit more stealthy, right? Surface tension. So yeah, cammed. And I created I think about, well, I think I've created like a half a dozen new Book of Wapple things. I only got like 3 of them turned into actual scenes. But again, yeah, I'm trying to learn as fast as I can. So there's a little dragon there on the base. I'm glad that they had all the alkids there, Derbs. I'm glad they had those. Yeah, surface tension. How many puns has he messed up? Like really, really good puns. He's taken them in the wrong direction. So this is the Green Stuff World texture roller here, one of many that they have. These are not 3D printable. Actually, I keep forgetting to look for 3D printable texture rollers. I know that Custom Miniature Maker whatever has a bunch, and I have a bunch of theirs. Actually, I have a new set that I still need to print out. Yeah, you would think with the 2 Anycubic Mono X's I could get all the printing done. Now, oh, and Sarge, I think, did I send you the link to that new, because it was out of stock for like months, but it's this fabulous resin cleaner stuff. It's really great. It is so vastly superior to everything else. It's not the cheapest stuff ever, but it does actually kind of last a while if you realize that it's from concentrate. Like I didn't realize at first. Hey there, Spottiest Shark. How you doing? I hope that your Sunday is off to a fabulous start there, Spottiest Shark. So uh, mm, still got to get that orange stuff in here first. So what we're talking about is see some of the orange there. I'm gonna do that, I think, before I get the greens in here. Yep, might have to do that. Oh, the swords. That was the next thing we wanted to do here. So we're gonna let the golds have a chance to set for a little bit. Let's get into the swords because we want to darken up those blades a bit. I'll show you what we got here. So kind of like what we have there, right? We have to have some of the sky blue on there, which we happen to have down over here. So there's a wee bit of our sky blue. Sky blue. Sky blue. We got to get some of our greens on there too. Definitely sky blue here because it's facing towards the sky. How would that magically avoid? And then we have to reflect actually his maybe his helmet on there too. Now I'm glad that things are going relatively well there, Shark. I can appreciate you being here. So it's made by check out Sail Sea, Sarge. That's on Amazon. Yeah, that is legitimately the name of it, Sail Sea, and it's actually spelled like sail as in boat and sea as in water. Again, it's from concentrate. It's really powerful stuff. Derbs. I just wish that years ago. Again, the only reason I even thought about doing the oils on the miniatures is because I saw a Facebook Live. Yes, that's how long ago that was. It was actually a Korean painter, and he was painting a T-34 85. No, he was painting a T-35, that big old 5-turreted tank, and he was painting that with just literally Winsor Newton oil paints. Not AK stuff, not MiG stuff, just regular old oil paints. I said, wait a second. I have regular old oil paints. I wish to use oil paints on miniatures. And that really changed everything. That was about 2016, I want to say. So yeah, it's been just about 10 years using the oils on the minis. Lighten you up here. Again, reflected light. Prussian blue. Where you hide? No, that's gonna be our indigo. Yeah, some indigo there. And that's really going to sharpen some of our edges. Now we got blending brush time here. So we're just going to take this, do our little tap, tap, tap exercise here. So Sarge, I didn't realize that it was concentrate. So I put it just like 100% into my little thing that I use for cleaning. And I mean, it just cleaned everything. And it smells nice. I mean, actually, unlike all the other cleaning things, which are just brutal, this actually has a really, really nice scent to it. Well, Derbs, I think you've heard me. Obviously, we're joking around, but you've heard me talk about the self-spilling jars of contrast paint, which are about $10 or something. Now, of course, if you put that in Paul Rubens terms, so you could have again the one jar of self-spilling contrast paint, or you could have maybe 5 of these, possibly 6, depending on what price you get them at. So you could have 300 milliliters of oil, the oil paints, or you could have again that little tiny bit of the contrast paint. Well, I know what I'm choosing, right? Yeah, what else is what was the other one night with? So there's the known oil. What was the brown one? Was that I was just about to say it and now it just slipped my mind. I can't remember what the brown one was. Night Whisper. That was another one that people were fighting over too, right? No, that's I like that one for the skin tones. But Devlin Mud. That's it. Devlin Mud, Night Whisper. That was the other one that people would fight over. Was Devlin Mud. Yes, indeed. Never again will we be subjected to that indignity, right? No, sir, Derbs. We're not gonna. We will not be. We will not subject ourselves to that ever again. Night Whisper. There was a point where, actually, well, Kathy and I, we both just kind of accidentally started using the strong tones at the same time, and we both liked them, and we liked them better than the other stuff there. So that created a little bit of a yeah. We had to try and get some more of the strong tones because then we both started using that. Boy, I only saw that out of the corner of my eye there, Cam. I'm like, I didn't know that old style was sold in Australia. I'm not even sure that's sold in the U.S. anymore, much less Australia. So I just kind of, I guess, saw that out of context there. Where's my? Okay, we'll just use this as a blending brush then. Fine. Also over there. So you can see that again, only the most precise and delicate brush strokes here, right? Here, let's just take this. Well, looky there. Look at that. So yeah, Night Whisper. The I don't. Did they expand the amount of strong tones? Was there maybe 5 or 6 of them, Night Whisper? A little bit more of that light right there. There we go. So now all of a sudden our swords have a little bit of shape to them now. Ah, well, I'm glad that you had yourself some yummy chow there, Doji. Actually, Doji, tomorrow is going to be some salmon fillets. We're going to be... I don't think I'm doing them, sadly, I don't think I'm doing them in the air fryer. I think we're going to have to do them on the stove. It kind of depends on temperature there. Because there is no using the air fryer and the air conditioner at the same time. That is a no bueno. That's what you call a circuit breaker. That is not happening. Hey there, Pascal. Everybody, please give Pascal a follow. So, Pascal, were you? Are you pretty much now locked in on what you want to do for your painted backdrop there, the new version of it? And of course, Pesco, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Night Whisper, I know there was a couple of the brown ones. I think there might have been a black one, but wasn't there a violet one, Night Whisper? Everybody check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. Actually, Doji, what I was trying to do today actually was to do some grilling, was to break out the grill. I didn't get a chance to grab anything else, just the salmon stuff. But remember the branches we were talking about in the yard, Doji? Yeah, I was seriously thinking about using those. You know what? Let me get this. This is that green here. So the chromatic, no, sorry, the chromium green chromium oxide. That's it. Our very opaque green. So you can see we're going to start putting some of that here in some areas. Again, over here, right where it's going to be reflecting the blue of the shield. So look at this right here. Again, some of that green down in there. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. And also, again, please, everybody give Pascal Ruiz a follow. I know you were thinking about streaming today, right, Pascal? Well, this morning. And actually, Night Whisper, if you wanted to share your stuff again, they're in the chat. I know that was a while ago when you shared it. If you want to share your stuff again, they're in the chat. Please go ahead as we add more of our green down here. Why? There's the blue right there. How, if this is shiny gold, how in the world is that not influencing all of this gold around it? And let's say that this was TMM, Camda, we'd be doing the same thing. I would just be adding the miraculous iridescent pearl white into the mix there so that our green would just have a metallic tinge to it, right? That sounds good there, Pascal. That sounds fantastic. Everybody check out that Discord link that Night Whisper just shared. And then, of course, give Night Whisper a follow. So, Night Whisper, I don't think I'll be able to be on the July Council of Miniature Painters. Possibly not even the August one either. Depends on how Gen Con works out and stuff. But, yeah, I think I'll be in Peoria that third weekend of July. So, I don't think I'll be able to join on that one. So again, everybody check out that link that Night Whisper just shared. Also the link that Pascal just shared, that Instagram link. So Cam, I'm really glad that folks are liking the autocorrect monster animation there. Because that is one of those things where you just have no idea what you're going to get. And of course, the few tutorials that I've seen that are actually somewhat partially decent, they say the same thing. You never know what you're going to get. The other thing too is, Cam, that you do start to learn to, well, I guess kind of think like it does. And basically, it has its own language. It literally has its own language. Well, Night Whisper, I guess, will the house stuff mostly be done by the time you're doing that, Night Whisper? Because that mid-July, you said? Yeah, hopefully that is, if it's not completely done, it's mostly, look at that, we're getting greens up in there. Yep, greens and the golds. I mean, it's only natural. I mean, what else would you put in your golds besides green? Well, why are we doing that? Look, there's a blue thing right over there. How would we not have any gold, any green reflecting on the gold or whatever? Again, if it's bright, shiny gold right next to a whole bunch of blue. Look at this. Again, green there because of this. Gotta do it. Did we do that to this guy? Right, we did it to him. Now I gotta do it to our other two guys here. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Night Whisper. The brain is, we need some kind of autocorrect monster that, like, is terrorizing your brain. There's just too much stuff. Too much stuff in the brain. It's beyond capacity. Too many new things trying to get shoved in there all at the same time. Between the animation stuff and the music and everything else, too much information. What was it? Oh yeah, too many notes. Yeah, too many notes. It can only hold so much. So when something new goes in there, it shoves out the older stuff. Now that's what happens when you have a mind like a steel sieve like this. Yes, indeed. Again, that's some of that oxide green combined with our not radiant green. Some of that here. Again, there's all this blue right on top of it. Gotta have that green. But next up, we are actually going to be adding some of our kind of orangey stuff in there too. Where's my last guy? Here he is. I mean, the oils really are incredible for those, right, Night Whisper? Like that one bust that we did, it made it. I mean, it was just like, it was like stealing. It was like stealing. It was that easy to do. Now here again, we gotta get this green down here. I mean, we have to get something lighter down there no matter what. But it can't be orangey because again, there's all of this blue that is right next to it. So that's why we're doing this. Again, with our greens right there. Yeah, Night Whisper. I'm glad that on those Zygamores, I got a chance to do the pre-glaze on those, like truly classic pre-glaze. Because again, I didn't want folks to think like, oh, there's no place for pre-glaze anymore. It's just certain figures, they demand a little different approach. Is the way it is. Did I get my... Nope, didn't get my green down in there. So now we shall try to do some of the orangey stuff. Oh, look at this. We've got Terra Rosa or Venetian Red. Either way. Ooh, more Indian Yellow. You know what? Might even see if I can't scare up some of this orange over here. That is actually some orange that I scrounged up from last night's stream. Yes, and that is the Paul Rubens Alkids. So, speaking of the Zygamores, some parts of those are actually finally starting to dry. It's only taken about 3 weeks. Again, that's tons of cadmiums, cobalts piled on top of each other, Egyptian violet, Indian yellow, brilliant yellow pale. I mean, basically an entire collection of some of the slowest drying colors that we could possibly use. Now look at that. We have the green and the orange now next to each other. So instead of just a value contrast, right now we're starting to work in some color contrast as well. Yep, some greens, some oranges. More of the orange down there. Here's another spot again. I'm going to try and squeeze in and get a little bit of the orangey stuff here. I think I'm going to have to come back with some of my lights too. Where are we at with that? Again, now this is very translucent because, well, Indian yellow. Very, very translucent. Bit of our orange up there too. Alright, let me see if I can grab some of my super light yellow here and do a little something on these guys. Might have to maybe come back with some of my darkest darks, I guess. May need something a whole lot lighter on a couple of parts of our helmet here. Like that line there, up there too. Also on the sword. Now for this guy, let's get the orange on him. There on the top of his helmet for sure. Think of it in a weird way. It's kind of like sky, earth, gold. Instead of sky, earth, metallic, like the typical, okay, it's going to be sky blue facing upwards and some form of brown or gray facing towards the ground. Well, here, stuff that's facing towards the sky is kind of like this orangey gold. And then stuff that's either facing towards the ground is either purple, gray, or if it's facing, the blue or something like that of his clothes, then it becomes more of a green. And once again, 3 hours, 47 minutes ago, all 4 of these guys were completely paint free. They were just dark blue primer. That is it. That's all they were. There was no acrylic or anything on this. It's just straight up oil paint, start to finish. Get some of this for, again, we had to change these. Initially it was for whatever reason making the tops of these tassels blue here when they need to be, well, gold. Come on, a little bit more of this in there. That's almost some of our kind of burgundy color right there. Does this need the orange? Yeah, this needs the orange here. Oh yeah, that makes a big old difference right there. And then here we got the green, again, facing down towards the horse, towards the blue. And then the orange elsewhere. Same deal over here, sure. And yep, let me the orange tinting that now, maybe a little more over here. orange on this side. Toning down a little bit of the really, really light stuff there too. It's like a loaded blending brush. Yeah, there you go. No problem there, Doji. Have a great time with the swimming and all that stuff. So I think we're actually going to end up with, I don't know, probably a good 6 or 7 of the infantry left, I think. Which is fine, because what I'll do is I have other ones that I'm already trying to prep. So we'll do another stream where we're doing a bunch of guys there. Hey there, Jay Wedge, how you doing? Well, Jay Wedge, it's a very strong motivating factor, because I need a whole bunch of these for photography. So again, we're working on the 10 last night, and here's the 4 Kataphracts. And when we started, well, that's exactly what they looked like, because they had been, for whatever, I know why they were primed gold initially, but yeah, we had to overcome that with the blue primer, the dark blue primer that is, and we've been doing our marble on our bases and such here. And again, Jay Wedge, I hope that we were talking about it earlier. Sometimes maybe it's just, there's a certain miniature that really kind of inspires you or something like that. For whatever reason, you just really, really enjoy it. And that kind of leads to a whole flurry. Yeah, sometimes it just takes the right miniature. Obviously, if you're super tired from work during the day, that's not really helpful either, right, Jay Wedge? If you're already pretty much wiped out from the day, that's going to make it difficult. So very understandable, also, but still frustrating, right, Jay Wedge, for sure. Now, of course, there is a little bit of hunger and homelessness attached to this here, since without the painting, well, that would be kind of what would ensue. So there is that sort of motivation. Yeah, it wouldn't be super fantastic if there was no painting. But even then, that's still it's very, very, very fun. Really enjoy doing it. And of course, all of the discovery. I think that's another thing too. Is I know that for some folks, kind of trying out new things can be a little bit scary and worrisome. But trying out those new things, it really does keep it from getting kind of monotonous, almost like it's, well, like at work. So that is one way to kind of keep things getting from getting a little bit stale, is maybe try some new stuff. Now, what's really interesting is that the yellow part of our banner has almost no yellow in it. There's a bunch of oranges. There's some greenish grays. There's some reds in there. But as far as yellow goes, there's not much. There's very little actual yellow there. Get back to me orange here for his horse's little helmet thing here. Maybe there is some kind of miniature that really catches your eye, or maybe it's a simple thing. For Kathy, sometimes it would be the, I don't want to say throwaway miniatures, but basically just a miniature that she just grabbed spontaneously at the game store or whatever to paint. Sometimes that would be far more fun than anything that was specifically like, okay, this is the thing I'm going to paint. This is my project. So sometimes for folks, that kind of a thing works well for them. You almost sort of surprise yourself with the miniature. And then that's a little bit more spontaneous. I'm going to try and lighten you up here. And then out here, and again, that's going to probably stick a little bit better out there because this has had a chance to set. That is very, 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 very crucial with the oil paints, of course. Back to maybe some of my lights here just to catch on his arm. It is very weird now, especially to seeing these guys, knowing what state they were just a week ago, which was in some cases just broken plastic things sitting in a box. Again, are these my favorite miniatures? And I kind of prefer the Diwali miniatures or the other, printed versions instead of these. But having, I remember painting the old metal versions of these Kataphracts. Yeah, the very first Kataphracts I had were the old metal ones. In fact, my entire Easterling army was just the old metal ones, the first one. Everybody check out that Conquest Officer that J Wedge posted there. Is that Instalink? Yeah, that is an Instalink. Back to the orangey stuff here for this to change that back away from the blue. But since the blue is in there, now it kind of gets that greenish coloration we were talking about. Now what I might do, I might actually, I might grab a little bit of a refresh of my medicine super quick here. Maybe go refresh the medicine real quick because, well, now, oh geez, now we're at hour 4. We want to make sure that we have some medicine to be able to finish off the stream here. Which means we don't want to go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Like the sign says, I guess I'm going to have to... Oh, I can make me a new animation for that. Yeah, I might be able to do that. But for the meantime here, we'll have to settle for the still image here. And again, this is the case. We shall be right back. Don't go anywhere. we have returned. I think it's. I might start doing some stuff on our horses too. We don't want to forget about them. We've been wanting to let some of that paint have a chance to set there too, like you do. All right, here's we got the Van Dyke Brown. Mixing that up here. Is this our? Yeah, let's get this one then. Sorry about that, Camda. I basically just, unfortunately, I was just trying to adjust the microphone thing there, and it just bumped into my head. So sorry about that. Is that getting to be too light there? If that's the case, where's well, look, we have a blending brush somewhere. Camda, did you ever get sneezed on? Cause there's been a few streams where just a sneeze came out of nowhere, and there was no, well, there is basically no mute button on this thing, and I didn't even have the. What I usually try to do is just rip the headset off of me and just throw it somewhere, so that people don't get their ears blown off. But there's been some people that almost had their heads blown off by me sneezing into the microphone there. Camda, I think I might have to. Oh, well, there you go, Camda. See, you just earned yourself some homework for that. There you go. That's the punishment. There is you got homework. If you could shoot me a message, it just occurred to me as I was just kind of getting some more medicine there that for my I'll be back screen, I want to do that animation of Wapelia's Spellbrush, right, Camda? Well, what if I was to do, Wapelia's Spellbrush doing some kind of animation and the tail, maybe he's opening up a book of Wapo or something like that and it says, I'll be right back? That would be, that would be a good purpose-built first animation of Wapelia's Spellbrush, wouldn't it, Camda? I mean, only it would be 5 seconds long. That would be more than enough, and then it would just loop. Because I was wanting to do, obviously, right, some kind of test animation of Wapelia's Spellbrush, but that would be an easy, well, I don't know how easy that would be, but we already have Book of Wappo, right, Camda? We have plenty of those already. At first, I was just going to do like a still image of, like the book, and it just says, I'll be back. But it would be interesting if it was kind of an animation, since we seem to have that ability now, right, Camda? It's somewhat new. It's so new I don't even realize I have it. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Yes. Sorry to give you homework there, Camda. I never did this. Never did this. Here, like this. Tarot rota. That's too thin. That is too thin. Let's make. Oh no, not. We don't want that in there. That's what we want. A little bit of the white in there. If it becomes orangey, well, then that is just going to blend right into all of our golds. That's something we needed there too. Get a little hint of our reddish brown there. We got more of that to do. Also going to get some rust on our little spear pointy things here. Ganes, if you want to share your stuff in the chat again, please go ahead and do that. And of course, Inganes, everybody please give Inganes a follow. Because yes, Inganes does the streaming thing too, and Inganes streams the fabulous oil painting. So go check that out. Come on. Little more there. There we go. Like, I know he has one of those little straps on his leg there somewheres. Try some of that on this side here. Hey, Blades. Well, Blades, again, I'm glad to see you, but also wishing, hopefully you'll be able to get some decent sleep there, too. But appreciate you having me. Hopefully the phone is not falling on your head or nothing like that, like what happened to me yesterday or the day before. That was not the most comfortable way to be awakened by the getting clonked in the head by the phone. But yeah, you want to share anything in the chat there, of course. Bleeds. Everybody, please give Bleeds81 a follow. Oh yeah, Bleeds. It's kind of funny because there was all kinds of fireworks here for at least a couple of hours. Now, actually, Blades. What was the? Oh yeah, the blanket. That's right. So Cooper takes his blanket there. Thank you so much, Grant Oracle. Well, look at this. We get some more. Bang, there you go. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Blades just shared. So, Grant Oracle, I know you got channel points. There is a new channel point thing for you to try out. Yes. Yeah. Again, for all of those that want vengeance on the autocorrect monster, you can do that. He's See, I think I might have sent you a picture of it, Grand Oracle. I don't think I sent you the animation, though. Now, here we go, Grand Oracle, because I think the autocorrect monster has messed up one or two of your puns, right, Grand Oracle? So here is your revenge. Enjoy your revenge, Grand Oracle. There it is. He is now revealed. He is revealed for all to see. He can no longer steal your posts in silence there. So yeah, Grand Org, I figured that you might have had a few points stacked up to use for this right here. So there he is. Now, of course, Blades, we're not trying to give you nightmares there. But yeah, there he is, Grand Oracle. That is the autocorrect monster. So he can now be again. He cannot. That's why he lives in darkness, right? So Blades, that's the thing that Recoil created, and of course we definitely want to try to somehow make at least maybe a bust out of him or something. Probably wouldn't be a full scale miniature or whatever, but if I could at least just make some kind of a bust or whatever out of that, I think it would be really fun, right, Blades? So we'll see what I can do with Meshi. Actually, now that I've got 4 pictures of him, actually I might send that to Sectorix and see what kind of magic he can work for him with them. Because again, that's how he made these, right? So yes, hopefully at some point, either that or I send those pictures to somebody else that has the ability to generate. Again, it would not be a super high quality STL. That will be the downside. But I mean, it's the autocorrect monster. I mean, just how elaborate, how fancy of a file do we need? It's not anything that's going to be entered in a painting contest or something. It's just something we're doing for fun. Again, we're going to use our blending brush here, just kind of moving some of the reds around there. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. Where's my, here it is. Now this is, again, a little bit more of almost like a pinkish magenta type of feel so that it stands out from all of the orangey golds and such. A little more of that over here. And I was able to add a few more Book of Wapol chapter images, also Grand Oracle. Eventually I'll revamp all those, because those were old graphics that I did literally now years ago. So Grand again, I'm glad that you could join us here. Been working on 4 of these Kataphracts here. And hopefully we'll be able to get all kinds of nifty photos. Grand Oracle, I tried taking some of my old pictures that I had of Kamul on the Fell Beast there, and try to animate those the way I animated that other character. That was a little bit more difficult because it kept trying to like give him dragon wings, or it took away his wings. It'd be one thing if it was like all done one way on the same animation, but it kept changing. Nice to see you there, 8th Gate. Happy Sunday. Great to see you there, 8th Gate. Although I have to say, Grand Oracle, it's a little bit like when I was first doing all the 3D printing. And the one positive, I guess you could say, out of it is that it throws you back into a thing where, okay, you're not so sure if what you're doing is right. Because that animation was nothing at all like what I wanted. I mean, it wasn't even close. I guess it was still closer than the very first one, where the monster just basically didn't have the keyboard and he just marched right towards the screen. So I guess it was better than that one. So Blades, I'll send you some of the individual pictures, Blades. Remind me tomorrow to send you the individual, because I took a picture of him actually eating the keyboard, and that's how it's supposed to end, is at the very end here. See, when it gets real close like this, he's actually supposed to be eating the keyboard. But at first, he wasn't even sitting down with the keyboard. He just like got up and started walking around. Yeah, he did look pretty fearsome walking around, I gotta say, but that wasn't what he was supposed to do. Arid, did you get the picture? Everybody, please give Arid Wife a follow. So, Arid, I did send you at least one of the pictures that you could at least use for your stream there. But yes, that is the dreaded autocorrect monster. He has now been revealed. And of course, he has messed up a whole bunch of people's chat posts already, so he deserves whatever he gets. Yep, whatever he gets, it is deserved. I'm gonna go back to this kind of yellowy orange here again, especially up here on these upper surfaces. Yep, it's almost 3 a.m. here, Night Whisper. So again, Night Whisper, appreciate you being here. And again, well, I hope that the vacation stuff is fun too. Yes, indeed. So yeah, Blades, the autocorrect monster. I'll definitely make a sticker out of him for sure. My what's the sticker oh yeah, my contrast is more than just light versus dark sticker. That's coming, probably Monday or Tuesday. Let's do this here. Get back to my really light stuff on top of this. Well, it's not. I guess it's sort of a helmet. Whatever. It's a piece of armor for the horse, anyways. Green. Where's my green? Where is my green? So Grand Oracle. Hopefully, you've been able to do a little bit of your miniature stuff, and hopefully the printer is still going strong. The new printer, that is. Look at that. That's basically a gray right there. Oh, that's good, Erid. I'm glad. Yeah, I know that's kind of like the equivalent of me with, say, well, Twitch or Discord or something like that, where people send me messages that I might see, I don't know, once every 4 months or a year. Yeah, unfortunately, I have tried doing the Discord thing. I'm not quite sure that's ever going to be a thing. Aside from something that I use every so often for podcasts or interviews or something like that. You know what? Let me see if I can gather a nice little clean batch of this white over here. Now I gotta break it down. Where's my there's my thinner. So I'm just putting a little drop of thinner on it there. Blades. Now that would be something that Kathy would love as a stuffed animal. I know that Armored Wolf has sent us some stuffed animals that almost kind of have that same look to them. Oh, geez, thanks, Blades. Actually, speaking of, there will be. Oh, actually, I did have fromage today, Blades. I had one of the pieces of pizza, which of course has fromage. But there's something else, Blades, that I got today at the store because it was. They had the cans of the beans for 2 for 5, so I got the bourbon beans, and then I also got the. I think it was the steak ones too. And guess what? That's going in. That's going into fromage, right, Blades? Boy, Grand Oracle, that's really fantastic. Now, Grant, I mean, as much as I talk about my museum pieces, right, Grand Oracle, there will come a point where I would like to have something like that. So, hay gears, that's the thing there. So, yeah, well, Grand Oracle, there might come a time where I'm saying, hey, is there something that you would advise? Like, okay, look, if you're gonna be using one of these things, just don't do this or this. Oh, Blades has collected just a few of the emotes. We'll have to check, Blades. I have to see if I have any open emote slots. I'll have to see if we can do an autocorrect monster emote. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can do one of him too. Now here we're trying to get some of our lighter lights back onto our gold because we did all the green, we did all that orangey stuff. Well, we like to say in Wappleville, right, Grant Oracle, time is money. That is no idle statement there. That is 100% true. Time is definitely money. No problem there, Erid. Yeah, I wonder. Now, Blades, I don't know if you've seen those crazy ads that come. I don't. I haven't gotten one of those in a while now. But basically, where you can basically make a stuffed your dog look like a stuffed animal, right? I don't know. They don't seem terribly realistic, but I'm actually I'll have to see Blades. If you can also maybe do a little research there. I'm just gonna start typing in, you know, places that can make stuffed animals for you. Kind of like those custom jerseys that I make and all that. Well, yeah, Blades. If you've seen something like that, as we get the autocorrect monster for Eridican wife there. Erid, did you post your Pinterest link? Yeah, Erid, post your Pinterest link, and also Erid, I hope that you had a good stream today. Sorry about that. I completely forgot to ask. I completely forgot. There's everybody check out that Pinterest link there that Erid just shared. So hopefully the stream was real good. Blades, I've got to see. Maybe there is something where it'll basically take a picture or something like that and make a stuffed animal out of it. I don't know if it would really work, but because there's the keyboard and everything. But that would be super hilarious if we could make something like that, of course. Glad that the stream was good there, Erid. There we are. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I'm just thinking for, not for the average thing, right? Not for the average streaming stuff or the average army painting video or something, but maybe for some of the contest stuff or whatever. That could be handy. And of course, if the failure rate is also and by failure I mean just like the little things, not gross stuff. Hey there, Spoon. How you doing? Everybody, please give Spoon Handle a follow. Spoon, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Great to see you there, Spoon. Here's hoping that you had yourself a fantastic Saturday. Here's hoping that Sunday is going to be glorious. I only just now realized, oh, that's right, I won't be streaming. I was so focused on these two streams here with the Easterlings. Glad that you're doing well there, Spoon. Now it is time for a wee spot of our free hands. We got to do a shield thing here. Let's do that. I mean, it's simple enough. There's nothing terribly earth-shattering about it. And of course, Spoon, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that too. Come on. There we are. bit more of that here. Okay, I think even our banner guy also had a shield. Can we? Oh yeah, we can still get around this guy and see it here. Might be a little too much peanut. Let's deposit some of that elsewhere. So let me go back to banner guy here and do that same deal. Also on saddle here. We will be coming back in with some of our even later yellow, but that has to wait until that has a chance to set. Like always. There we are. And there. And more of our little yellow writing type stuff there. And that's going to get even again later when we go to our next level of our gold slash yellows there. Right now it's almost just like a little, we're just kind of sketching it in basically. Come on, there we are. More like that. Then we'll get our shield. I think there's one more guy to do after this, at least with this part of our yellows here. And then we'll go back to the horsies. Yep, we gotta get back to those horsies. So we're what, 4.5 hours in now? Yep, 4.5 hours in. 4.5 hours ago. How much paint did these guys have on them? They had none. They were just dark blue primered objects. That's all they were. Doing a little bit of our blending brush action on those. Actually, I'm going to sneak in a little bit of my yellow reflected light. Oh, look at that. There's all that gold going to reflect on there. Yep. Oh, yeah, we definitely either got to get some darks on that horsey or some lights. Or both. We might be doing both. So here again is our freehand stuff on the shield. Keeping everything really simple, because again, this is something I've already done now, just about 14 times in the last 24 hours, maybe. And I'll have to be doing more times, because we're doing a bunch more of these guys. So potentially another dozen times or so. Better keep it something that is easy to do many times over. I think we got, yep, no, we did that side already. So one more guy that has nothing on his shield here. something on that, on his knee there. So back to our smidge of freehand here. That did not go the way it was supposed to. Guess what I'm going to do? Oh, look, I'm going to erase it. It's gone. And now we'll come back, and it's pretty much what I wanted there. That's the handy thing about the oil paints. Something doesn't quite go your way, real easy to fix that up. What was the thing, blades, that you were asking? Oh, the hair dryer thing. That's right. Actually, blades, I've got a thing that arrived to do some of the water stuff, making the UV water. It's like a little craft type of a thing. We'll see how well that 405 light works. Come on, a little bit more. There we go. Let me grab my white here that I've broken down. Because, yeah, I don't think we really technically have our latest light anymore on some of the... Oh, definitely not. Yep, I can see it now. Let's get some of that up here too. Come on, a little bit more up there. And boom, there we go. What about this here? That's really, really rough right there. We're going to try and straighten some of that out. Also, I never did get the little white dot on the top of our little gemstone there. And I'll get a little bit of the later stuff on the shield. Where's my later red? Because that could use it. This could use it. Then I'll have to come back with my darker stuff on either side of that. Okay, so we got our red there. Now let's get back to our really light stuff one more time here. Can't be too much thinner in that either. Again, there's a little dragon down there on the base. Very much a part of our the motif of our army here. I mean, well, Dragon Emperor and all. I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to make the Skelly friends there any later. We'll just let them be. Alright. This side of the Kataphracts armor here. Also there. Let's hit this up here now. Oh yeah, we gotta get some reflected light on that. On his chest armor there. And when these things, we got our green and orange, but now we have to really come in with some hefty light on the sword, on some of these armor bits here. Maybe this on the back of his helmet, I guess. Ish. I wonder if I might need to go back in with some light, maybe not lighter blue, I don't know. Not so sure about that. Horsies. Go over here. Let's get some of the brown on our horsey here. So we got our Terrosa and a little bit of that brown. Let's see what that's going to do. Is that going to be light enough? Again, we don't want it super light here. Might need to do a little something on the horse's hooves. Maybe like a greenish gray or a violet gray. Something like that. Blending brush time. Again, we're just going to do a little bit of tap, tap, tap there. Essentially what it's doing is it's just maybe taking away a little bit of the paint. That's all it's doing, but what that does is it also makes it look like it is actually blending the paint. It's not really doing that necessarily. It's just kind of getting rid of the excess paint, which kind of gets rid of the brush strokes, which then makes it kind of look like it's been blended. Let's do some of that on his face, I think, too. Been missing some of that up here. I don't know, there's a little something on the tail there. We've darkened that down a bunch of times, but haven't really lightened it up. Tail again, maybe. Blending brush. Do we have the right one? That is the right one. That is the one we want. Okay, we're just going to take that, do a little tap, tap, tap thing here. Then what happens is some of the paint also works its way onto the brush. So then our blending brush really becomes a blending brush because it's kind of picking up paint and pushing it around elsewhere. Where is there a violet here? We'll just grab some of this. Violet and green together. That makes a gray, and that's going to go on the horse's hooves here. Another bit of our violet into that. Nope, lighter. Okay. So again, just a few little brush strokes, kind of enough to do that. Too much paint. Too much. Get rid of some of that. let that blend again with what's already on there. Okay, so now this that horse has got a little more stuff going on with him. To this horsey now, and he's got the more that the brownish coloration on him here. We'll take this. Some of the Van Dyke brown mixed in with it. I guess some more here. There we go. So again, the autocorrect monster that we're enjoying so much, that original creation on that was Recoil. He did that during the stream where we kind of conjured up the autocorrect monster. And he sent me that image and been wanting to do something with it for quite some time. And today I was able to manipulate that. Again, our next challenge is to try and turn that into a printable STL file. That's a much higher challenge, I'll put it that way. But at least we got him now. He can't terrorize us quite as much now. Well, not so much me, but the people typing in the chat. Let me see if I can get some of this on the tail here. Try and get this much lighter here. You can see how we move from one element to the next, right? We're not just only working on the shield or the golds or the blues. You can see we're constantly shifting around and around and around the figure. Not staying in just one, locked in one location there. I mean, I don't even do that with the acrylics, but with the oils, that's really important. You can't just be locked in one area, hammering away at it, piling up paint like a steam shovel on top of one area. You work in one place for a little bit, you move on, you go somewhere else. Especially stuff like this, there's plenty of other places to work on here. I hadn't done anything with the hooves really, pretty much this whole time, so why not do that now? This other stuff has a chance to set. It makes sense, right? Like the horse's fur. If I kept fooling around with that over and over again, well, that would have gotten really, again, the paint would have piled up there. That would have just become a mess. Not what we would have wanted. Now here we can maybe start to see that? See how that paint sticks there real well? If I had done that about 20 minutes ago, even 15 minutes ago, that probably wouldn't be sticking quite so well. It's just one of those things about the oil paints. You cannot be a hasty little hobbit. Don't be a hasty hobbit. What do we got going on here? Some of that now. Also here. Something there. I'll lighten up this. Like we did on the other side. So again, there's a little hint of our freehand right there. Not a ton. More of our light along the bottom of this, I guess. Sure. Ooh, yeah, up here for sure. That is a whole area that needs a lot more reflected light and such here. Come on, right down there. And then a little something reflected over there too. Some kind of light. And keep in mind, we are working on 4 of these simultaneously. 4 of them out here. Blending brush again. I'm going to try and go darker here. Do I have a... not this one. How about one of these two here? Let me try this little guy, see what this does. Some of that, some of our Van Dyke brown. Guess we got to break that down too. Gonna come back with a little bit of dark here now. We've been doing lots of middle tones, lots of later stuff. Now we're gonna come back again with a little bit of the dark here. Also, shields. Let's throw something in here too. Again, doesn't have to be much, just a little indication of something there. Can't even see it on him. Is this another one where, yep, we need some of that back here. Now this horsey, he is going to need some of that kind of lighter bluish gray. There's my violet here. Let me break this down some more. Yeah, that's got a little bit of the violet in there, maybe some more. Just trying to make a gray that's a little bit different from all of the other blues here. Now for the horse's hooves, this is the same kind of violet gray we've been using on all the other hooves. So I'll generate some other type of a gray to use for the hooves. Maybe something that's got more of a little bit of green in it or something. So still using some of these golden maple brushes here. More of that right there. We try more of our that lighter gray. Oh geez, gotta do something here on his boots. He's got nothing going on with those boots. We also have to get a lighter. Been doing this Terra Rosa on all the other ones. We don't have it on his straps and stuff here. Let's do that on his. A little hard to reach some of those. Now that's kind of in shadow there. All right, so that'll do it for those. Throw a little something on this thing here. Again, that's very dead Fred sitting there, just hanging around on this little spear right here. Much more of that lighter bluish gray up there. Now we were talking about the greenish gray on the hooves. So literally using this kind of opaque green, a little bit of the radiant green. It's just going to look like gray. When you look at this thing, you will not say, oh, look at, there's green on the horse hooves. It's just going to look like a different type of gray, that's all. Going to get me some of that on this guy too. Maybe even some on his boots there because, I don't know, reasons. Little bit of blending brush action there. The later, okay, that might be getting a little too late, but can always come back with the much darker stuff too if need be. We have done 4 slightly different colors on our 4 different our cataphracts here. Not quite as dramatic as say what we might have done on say our Rohan horses or something. But still some difference. And there we are again. Just lighten up this on this side too. Oh, jeez, there's too much paint on there. Let's get rid of some of that. That was way too much. Okay, that works. A little reflected light there. Something to blend that with too. And a touch more right there. Oh yeah, let's lighten up this right along where his nose is there. And then a couple of these guys, going to try and catch the edges of them here. I had to darken up the red on the these gems here next. I think that's the other thing I'll do. On this guy right here, I got my Pearline Crimson sitting right over there. So we darken up that and then darken up that. Also, same thing on that side. Now we were going to do the same deal inside here. And then also maybe a little bit on those. Okay. Now these guys also need a little bit of cleanup here. Good enough. I wonder, yeah, you know what? Let me get this, again, this is our Pearline Crimson, all Series 6 of it. Work that into the shadows there. Also here. cut some of that off too. And oh yeah, we got. Yep, we have to get all of our lighter kind of yellow gold-ish stuff on the freehand. First, darker stuff on our gems. Now let's also get the. We can do the light stuff on those at the same time here, I think. I don't know if there might still be some lightest areas on the banner to do. We'll see what happens. Nope, that is not quite doing it. Let's try that again. There, okay, well, we can take some of that away. That was a ton more than I actually wanted there. I'll just come right on back with Berlin Crimson and we'll get rid of that. It's not that big a deal. No need to fret. I also need to get some of the kind of mid-range gold down there and maybe some of the red on the flooring. We're missing a little bit of that down there. Did we get this side? We did not get this side. Let's do that now. Here, let me get some of this red out of there too. And of course, the advantage of where you really don't get locked into one area is that you see the context of something. So I can kind of look around and go, now that I've done this, yeah, that other area, that needs to be adjusted to kind of get in line with what I did here. Now imagine if you're kind of doing that just sort of blind, and you say there's something that doesn't look quite right about this. It's because you're kind of only looking at one area and not seeing the whole thing. And once you finally do then stop to look at the whole thing, you go, oh yeah, okay, maybe I should have looked at that a little closer. Also gonna try and lighten up on the little skelly friends down here. So we got a bunch of stuff we're going to be doing on the base here, I think. The little skellies, these are just from Make It Epic basing. I have to remember to start printing out a whole bunch of shrooms for our truffle lights for doing the display base for them. Let's get this little ring that goes around here. Okay, we pretty much did those up on the top. Maybe a little something lighter on the blade of the pike there. Now let me retreat over here to this red. Either that or I need to do a really dark glaze. That might be the thing. Let me try this first. Let me see what this does. No, actually that does help. I might still do that darker red glaze, but I think I still needed to do this. Also red in there too. Almost like a cartouche. Okay, let's do I might even add a little bit else to the Perline Crimson here. I might add some of my, maybe some of the Mars Black. Sure. Let's do that. Okay, that's going to be super, super dark, but I also make sure it's got to be red. Can't just be the black there. And this is going to be kind of a pin line wash type of deal here. Means I just find a little place off to the side to kind of set that and then let the paint itself go where it's going to go. That's what a pin line wash is all about. And you need enough thinner to make that happen. And some colors require more thinner to make that happen. Okay, I think we've got some of that darker red down in there. It's also in shadow too, so we have to consider that. Have a nice breakfast there, Inganes. Thanks so much for being here. And of course, Inganes, if you want to share your stuff one more time before you head off to breakfast there. Here it will soon be time for, well, supper. Because apparently like 4:30 in the morning is the new supper time. And it looks like that's just how it's going to be here. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Inganes posted. And again, please give Inganes a follow. So Ingane, I hope that your next stream is also fabulous too. Appreciate you being here. A little bit of that orangey stuff in there too. Oh, thanks, Inganes. Appreciate that. Could use a little bit of our rations there. Thank you so much. And happy oil painting, of course. Now, this guy here, I think he's one of the last. Well, yeah, he is the last one. He's essentially our kind of warm but neutral gray. Let's see if we can keep this a relatively neutral gray here. That's going to be too light, most likely. Yeah, let's take that back a notch. Ooh, I think we got it. I think we have it now. Yep. But we still need our blending brush. How about you? So we're going to do our same little tap, tap, tap there. So you can see there was several steps later than a normal layer would be. And of course, with the oils, we really don't do the layering. They just do not require that. It says it in the book. You don't layer the oils layer themselves. The reason why we're not doing that is because we don't want to pile a bunch of paint on there. And of course, less is more, and more is way too much. So we don't want to be piling a whole bunch of paint on there. Because aside from the way it's going to take a while to dry, there's also too, if you ever worked with pastels, that's another medium where if you put too much stuff on there, the paper just says, I'm out. I'm done. You are not getting any more on this paper. That is it. You have used your allotment of pastel dust for now. There's no more getting on here. So to avoid that particular situation, best not to have too much paint piling up. And if you don't do the layers, which are not necessary, right? There's been a lot of the colors that are mixed up there. We just kind of plop the color on there next to another color or on another color. Grab that mythical blending brush, which can be basically any brush, and push those colors together. Now, softer the brush, the better the blending brush, but sometimes you need really small ones. Sometimes you need, well, really big ones. So any brush can be a blending brush. Some again might be a little more ideal than others. Oh, you know what? We never. That's it. Let's do that here. So with the blue down here, let me try and go lighter for a few different things. Let me try. Oh, we want to do the reds. Maybe on those. I don't know. That might be a good idea. Ooh, that's a big old blob of paint down there. Let's get rid of some of that. That's better. So some of the edges on his base right here. So we'll get these. Come on, more of that. Now the advantage of the horse sitting on top of here is that I can't get to a lot of that, which also means that I'm not tempted to put a bunch of highlights underneath the horse, which of course, well, guess what? Would cast a shadow there and there wouldn't be any highlights. So further benefit. Now let me try this red over here and these little inserts. I have been waiting a while to do this. Now again, if I put see, enough thinner will make this flow too much. We'll turn it into that. Remember the pin line wash we just did on the other part of this base? If we get too much thinner on this brush, it will turn into a pin line wash and we'll have some red mortar or something like that between the tiles, or grout anyways. Again, that's not really what we're looking for. There we are. Do that over on this side now. Oh geez, now I thought we'd been doing this 4.5 hours, not 5 hours 10 minutes. But again, we're working on four guys, or four of our Kataphracts, one of whom has this big old banner hanging over his head. It's almost like 4.5. That could be also a little bit of the red right there. Get those. And now I'm going to hit this again. Yeah, with our lighter red here. But I do want it to still kind of look stained. It's the whole broken, shattered part of the base anyways. Let me get a little bit of the lighter red over here too. Now here, if I had tried doing this at a certain point earlier on, what I would have done was wipe away all the paint that's already sitting there. Well, you can see that's not happening now, right? Because this, again, that red is one of those colors. Not only is it slow drying, but it's very slow to set as well. Touch more of our light right around the outside here. But now as I add that new stuff, well, we've kind of created a situation where there's fresh red there, which means we want to fool around with that some more, and then we have to let that have a chance to set also. Where's my really, really, really dark burgundy here to cut down on that? I mean, wanted the lighter dot there, but that was way too huge, way too heavy. I'm going to sharpen up some of our lines there too. Yeah, let's do that too. Some of our darker burgundy to get these little swords here. Ah, some darker burgundy there too. I mean, that is a recess area, so makes sense to do that. Boy, Camda, believe it or not, the first time I was really painting the Easterlings like in earnest for a basically a tournament slash competition thing was 2012. Actually, Camda, if you check out the old blog there, you'll see there's a whole series of posts I made on it was a basically a diorama display thing. I think it was called Fortress Falls or something like that. I actually was kind of hoping to remake that location for my new Middle Earth stuff as a little homage to years ago. And of course, Camden, if you want to share your oil painted stuff there in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. There we are. Camden, it's hard to even like put it into something quantifiable, but the what I've been doing, especially these last 3-ish weeks or so with the animation, the other and the music and the other AI generation stuff, it's sort of like the those earlier days of printing where I just kept finding things out the hard way over and over and over again. And that actually that did give me better ways to explain the oil painting stuff to folks that had just never done it before, or folks that were getting, shall we say, a bit frustrated with it, because it can be frustrating, right, Camda? So gold non-metallic freehand, lettering stuff aside, it can be frustrating, right? And this is real important to be able to realize that, folks, they can get a little bit frustrated with us here, and being frustrated is no fun whatsoever. And the printing was very much like that. That was kind of a bit of a, it was a little bit of wrap you behind the ears or something like that moment there, where it just kind of wakes you up a little bit and says, hey, you know what, this is probably the same kind of sensation that other folks are feeling. So it does give you a little sense of what it is, what it's like to be somebody else that maybe is very new to something that is very old to you. Because I know folks that are really, really, and again, this is even, doesn't have anything to do with miniatures. This is just art in general, even some jewelry type stuff, where they really knew what they were doing, but they could not conceive of how somebody else wouldn't know how to do it. So it's just kind of one of those like, well, what do you mean you don't know how to do this? It's so easy. Yeah, famous last words, right, Camda? Yeah, it's super easy. What's so difficult about this? Now there is. Oop, wait, more of the Prussian blue here, because I don't know if the other ones have this too, but there's a little bit of our Prussian blue we need down here. Actually, maybe a little bit later on. that. Let me see if the other one's got the same deal going on. Sort of. Oh, this one definitely over here. Yeah, Camden, and there's I had to remind somebody with the music stuff. I had to say, look, think of how that's being consumed. That is actually being consumed while you're watching all of the miniatures. So and it's kind of you have to think about that with what you're painting here, right? The context of it. So okay, uh, you do stuff on the base or you do your freehand stuff, and that's where you start to realize, okay, are people really going to look at that? Because there's all this other stuff going on. Again, just like with the music, people may never really hear the music because they're going to be so engaged by looking at the visuals. So now you have to kind of think, okay, that means that the music has to be able to be kind of sublimated by the visuals. How do you approach the music? Same thing here, right? Okay, we've got this guy, he's in the foreground. The miniature is really supposed to be the main focus, but he's in the foreground. We can't just ignore him, right? We got to do something with him. Which right here we're getting some dark red. You know, I don't know if this is actually it could be a dwarf guy. I guess, yeah, it could be. You know what? Super dark in there. Yeah, that was kind of almost just a primer there. You know what? This thing maybe not really dark, but that should be darker. Also, maybe a little bit of this brownish gray there. That's it. There we go. That's what we needed. Now up here, what is going on with some of that? We're just going to try and do some darker stuff there. Now we got the orange over there. Now on this side here, going to try and scare up some of our green right there. Look at that. See, we got orange on that side, green on that side. Why? Because it's pointing down at all this. Orange is pointing up that way. Where's my some of my really dark stuff here because I mean, I might even need to get some of my really light highlights over here. Well, actually, will not might, but will. Unless maybe this is casting a shadow there. Well, okay, I'm starting to see that there is a shadow there, so maybe not. Where is my? That's back to my orangey stuff there. And oh yeah, yeah, on the blade here. Where's my? This reflecting down onto that blade, of course. Nope, nope, nope. Back this way. Back to our dark. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's grab this again. The glove. Suppose that needs to be a little bit darker as well. Do I still have? Yes, I still have some of my lightest light here. On the edge of the sword. Nope, gotta clean out this here brush. Let's get this brush cleaned out. Something a little later there. Oh yeah, wow, we really kind of lost some of our latest light there. Okay, I already did the little gemstone on the top. Same thing on this guy. Let me get that same green there. Let's get some of our darker red. Too much, too dark. On that gemstone, now we gotta get our light edge on the top of it there. Okay. Oh yeah, this is definitely missing, I think, both lights and darks. I'm gonna really try and scare up some light. Not with that big old blob on there. On that stirrup. Those little plates down there. Also up here. And boom. Another, oh yeah, that's I mean, it should be catching a bunch of light anyway where it's positioned, so that's fine. Something a little later up here. Now, next stream would be Armada Monday. We will be getting back to our 1800 scale ships. Not sure which navy it's going to be, but it will be 1800 scale ships. That you can be assured of. Not sure how many ships it might be either. Could be a couple of ships. Let me go here. Let me get some of that sky blue there. Blending brush. Bit more of my light again. Get on the underside of that. Welcome back, Arid. I'm sure that must have felt fantastic, Arid. There we go. And again, glad that the stream was went really well. So, Arid, I gotta send you a picture of the one that first tomato plant that first came out. Oh my gosh, that thing is. I may have to. That one's certainly gonna have to be planted before the other ones because that thing is getting really, really huge. I have to look into the planters, Arid. Right, the ones that you can just kind of crack them open, right? You crack open the planters so that the roots have a chance to get out of there, and then you stick the whole thing in the ground. Okay, there's our Terra Rosa there. Let's get some of that over on this side, some of that over here now. And I think tomorrow might just be the day that I deploy the bars of Irish Spring soap. I mean, right now they pretty much just would be protecting the hostas, but who knows? Maybe that just kind of gets the critters out of there before I even put the good plants in the ground, the eatable ones. Much better. Not so much with the rusty stuff on that side. We need a little more light on his nose here or something. Let me see if I can get that dark in the nostril though. Or dark on the end of this tail. Maybe some more dark on this horsey too. That again is as neutral as we can get it. What's yeah, over there too. Lighter metal again, and maybe something here that's got a little blue to it. One touch lighter up there, and then ooh, this front edge. No, that just got a whole bunch of thinner on it. That would have been a pin line wash where we really, 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 really would not have wanted a pin line wash. Yep, same deal over here. Yep. I'm gonna soften up this line a little bit here. So I got the sky blue. It literally is sky blue. That's the Alkyd, not Severus blue there. Okay, yeah, we need to tone that down. It went like, talk about 0 to 60. We had basically highlight and shadow. We had no mid-tone. And of course, mid-tones are very, but I think I actually might even have, did I do a new screen? Oh, I might not have actually gotten it, no, I didn't actually get it onto my screen here. That was one that I made, but it never got included in the email somehow, so it never got transferred. Yep, I have a screen that talks about midtones. Yeah, hopefully that is up for the Monday stream again. That will be our next stream. It's Armada Mondays, of course. And again, it's going to be some of our British ships. Let's see, I've got, well, Hood is not actually prepped yet. I don't even actually have repulse, so it's probably going to be Kriegs instead of the British Navy, just because I have those ships prepped. Ships like, well, Graf Spee is all prepped and ready to go. I believe, well, actual Scharnhorst instead of Gneisenau Scharnhorst. Because, yes, we actually were painting Gneisenau on the last stream. Let's just say that Coco's models, well, keeps it a little bit mysterious because, again, they're sister ships. Now, before we forget, we want to add this little bit of, I've been waiting for the blue to cure there just a little bit. Now we can add this to it. So I think it goes, okay, that there's a little dip down here. It touches there. And then this follows. So again, it's kind of like what we've got on the shield. And now we have our little sort of characters in there. So again, all of that is here. We've got our animation there. So that is kind of the theme of the Easter. You can see it's even on the buildings here. It's on all of the. Where's our guy with our freehand here? You can again see some of that freehand there on him. Where's our war priest? You can really see it there. Boom. So that has been replicated over and over and over again. You can see it here on the Dragon Emperor's base. So on cloaks, shields, walls, it's been replicated over and over again. Same thing, except now we have to do that kind of inverted. On one part it was concave, on the other part here now it's convex. And that is going to get erased away, because we can do that. And now I come back with some of my blue just to restore some of the Prussian blue there. I mean, that needed to be kind of darker anyways. Okay, we're good to go there now. Thanks, Director. Appreciate that. And I'm glad that was helpful. And again, there will be more and more of the past sessions here on the Linseed Fellowship channel. Again, they all used to be on the Twitch channel, Director. You could have actually, literally, it was like a YouTube channel. You could have seen all of it there, but again, Twitch had other ideas, so we adapt. So thank you so much. Let me get some of my yellow into that now. That's going to be much brighter. And of course, lots of object source lighting, freehand, lots of basing tutorials. Oh, thanks, B-Dubs.
So say we all.
Appreciate that, B-Dubs. Thank you so much. So B-Dubs, well, geez, I guess we're starting to work our way towards 6 hours now. I do think the last Saturday challenge where we've done this many mounted characters must have been, oh, it was one of our stream with the Wolves of Isengard. I think even then I might have done 3 of them. So thank you so much, B-Dubs. Appreciate that. Ooh, oh, wait a minute. Wait. Our green. No, that's the one thing about the Alkids, of course, is that they're going to set on the palette real quick. Sometimes you have to kind of reconstitute them a little bit there. So Irid, if you want to do that file, all you have to do is just do a right click. Yeah, I think it's either a right click or a left click, Irid, and then it'll say save as. So yeah, if you're on your computer there, all you got to do is a little bit of a, again, a right click, or if you're on your phone, there should be like the three little lines or three little whatevers there, and then you just save as. How you doing there, Fizz? Happy Sunday. Well, yeah, it's 4 o'clock in the morning here, Sunday. So yeah, Arid, again on the computer, it's either a left click or a right click, one of the two, and then you just the save as option comes up. Because that's something I have to do all the time, constantly. Yeah, so no specific button there. Now, I know that you don't. It's kind of funny for me. Messenger slash Instagram. That is my Discord there. Well, Fizz, that's something that I got to do here. I've got a whole bunch of conquest stuff that I have to assemble, and I mean a ton of it. That is something that you're going to be seeing on stream a lot during July. Also, on the Patreon page too, because we're gonna continue with our that Rakashar, that really big guy. That's fantastic, Arid. That is great. Glad you're able to snag that. Yeah, Arid, I realized that when I sent that to you, it was very probable that you were already streaming. I would have got it to you sooner, but I was trying so hard to animate that guy. That again, that was one of I think 5 tries to animate him. Well, I hope it wasn't too irritating. The prepping those conquest figs, that's going to be a little bit of a task. Those don't necessarily, the instructions are not always super fantabulous, even on the newest figures. On the old ones, it's brutal. It's like this, right? Here at one more shot of the autocorrect monster there. Now again, he's supposed to be picking up the keyboard and eating it. That's not quite what we get here in the animation, but I mean it's still fun, right, Arid? At least I hope it is. So yeah, Arid, that's the still image there that I sent you. Oh, here, get this light out here now. There we go. Still working with our essentially Mars Yellow Deep, except it's the Alkyd version. It's the not Mars Yellow Deep, Mars Deep. These abbreviations just get longer and longer, right, Camda? Ah, back to this over here. On this fringe over here. Maybe a little, not too much over there. That probably should scare up a little bit more of our light there too. Yeah. think we've achieved all of our lighter yellow now on that on the banner there. Oh, here, very much of a lack of our light right there. Then we got to get it's either some green or some more. Here, let's do both. Let's do both of them. Let's get this green stuff going here. Got it. Maybe some of that all the way down in here again. That's actually a green. There's very little yellow in the yellow here. I know that doesn't make a whole bunch of sense. See, what do you mean? It looks like it's yellow. Believe me, there's not that much yellow there. Maybe, oh yeah, some of the rust over here. Let's get some Rust-Oleum here. More of the rust coat and boom, there we go. It's like, wait a minute. What is not quite right about that? Here's some of our green, some of our brown. Yes, we are highlighting green, or brown with some green. That's what we're doing. Now a little bit more of this, again, kind of dirty grayish green color here for the spear base handles here. Now our base there, that needs a little, maybe some of our lighter blues. Let's do the darker stuff. When in doubt, make things darker. Actually, that's another screen that I have to make. Is when in doubt, make things darker. That's what we're going to do here. Blammo. At least underneath the horsey, because, you know, shadow and all. Now here I can maybe steal a little bit more of my lighter stuff here. Let's do that. So again, the Prussian blue, some of the sky blue, we get those together. Lighter here. Again, because the horse not necessarily casting a shadow on that part, so we're going to try and again find some of our light there. But not go bonkers with too much light. Let's not do that. Nice, I see we're missing. Okay, we got a couple of areas of our Terra Rosa to restore here. Alright, let's do that. That would be here. Also there. Now we got to get some of our white. Mix that together. Maybe the darker blue on either side of this. Some dark there. Some dark there. Speaking of blue, we could probably use a little bit of that blue. Here, mag is darker for that too. Okay, there we are. Because that was literally just some gray we dropped there a while ago. Geez, I guess, do we need to give the autocorrect monster like a name? Not sure if he needs to be called Friedrich or something like that. Because that's a rather fearsome name for an autocorrect monster. Sharpening up those edges, and then here there's pretty much nothing but bold lines right there. So we're going to just painting some kind of whatever there. This too is all kinds of chewed up here. More dark wonder. Did we get the other eye? Nope, we had to do that there too. Give him a little bit of an eye. Back to this sort of a burnt umber color. Ooh, that's got a little bit of the Moorish black in there. Let's retreat from that. Because we did this on this side already. We haven't done that on the other side. Okay. Let me see what other guys we need to do that on. Like this horsey. I think so, yeah. Let's do that on this horsey. Yeah, we sort of started with a little bit of the green there. And we did on the other side, okay. More of our brown there. Oh yeah, well what I just put in there was really more of a red. There wasn't so much yellow, there was really more of an orange that I just put in there. I'm going to also steal some more of this green, because again, reflecting the shield here. Bit more of my green right on that part there too. Something on the boots maybe. Also two of these. The hooves here, let me do a little bit of blending brush on all of this stuff. And then I'm going to come back with some dark here. We've got armor is black, some of the Van Dyke brown. A blending brush, we'll use maybe you. So I just plop those darker colors on there. Take the blending brush to it. Bring some of that out here too. Couple edges in there to refine. Yep, these guys too. Here, let me get some of the paint off of the brush. That's supposed to be an angled surface. It's pretty much just a blob. We'll get rid of that blob. Somehow turn it into an angle again. Yeah, the armor on these guys definitely not the same as our pikemen here. So again, we did essentially 10 of these guys last night. Now 4 of our horsies here. Because, you know, that's what you do. You're just like, okay, we need a whole bunch of Kataphracts in a hurry. Well, then you just paint a bunch of them on string. That's how it goes. No problem. Orange there. Darker green there. So light, dark, light again. Oh yeah, that's gonna help. Yep, that creates a little bit of shape on our shield there too. Rosa. No shadow there on that. I mean, again, this that banner sitting on top of that, it should be casting shadows. So yes, there are again our Monday stream, Armada Mondays are back. Painting at least one or two ships. Again, not quite sure exactly which ones they'll be, but they'll have our sculpted water effects on them, like always. Of course, we're going to be painting with the oils, like always. So I think now, yep, top of that banner is matched. We got our stuff on the shields there. And again, what are we looking at? So about 6 hours here. 6 hours for cavalry figs, which 6 hours ago, that is precisely what they looked like. This dark blue primer, that's it. There was no marble, there was no nothing on the bases at all. There was no freehand on the shields or anything. That's all been done in the last, 6 hours here. Do want to say thank you to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations here, especially after having to do Highland Games. Here's hoping that was a massive success. I want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids, because we had raids too. And of course, thanks to Recoil also for creating the original autocorrect monster graphics so that we could have some fun and do some animation for him. Thanks, Camda. Thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. See you guys on, well, you on Tuesday there, Camda. Here, let's do a quick little review. Quick little review of our horsies here. Let me see if I can get these all in my hand. So there we go. All of these guys, again, the non-metallic, the freehand, all that stuff done in the last 6 hours. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. So we're gonna actually let's head over this way here. Raid count don't take a little bit of time, so we'll get that going now. So yes, so very fun. And actually, there's still more of these to do. So you'll be seeing some more. Thank you so much, everybody, and catch you on Monday.